Hey there, folks. It's Unstoppable Stiletsy, and I wanted to do another day of casting random Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition lobbies. Yeah, random ones. Not your Vipers, not your Heras, not your, Vinchesters, just a bunch of random folk that probably doesn't even know that their games get recorded on AOE2D for us to look at. So, yeah, should be fun. I just loaded up the first one here. It's going to be Chimeras versus Incas. It's got a spectator delay on it. It'll load up in about 45 seconds. So, hey, gives you time to show up, I guess, yeah? So how you all doing? Doing good? Doing good, man? Hopefully you are. I'm going to take the time to probably share the stream link on some Discord servers in the meantime. But, yeah, at least that gives me an excuse to do it. So, yeah, for the three people here for the first time, I'm Unstoppable Stiletsy, and I love to cast competitive 1v1 games and team games and stuff in RTS. I mostly do Age of Empires 3, but today I'm doing AoE 2, since I want to sort of move into that. Since AoE 2 is a pretty big thing, you know what I mean? And I'd like to bring my skills over there, too, so yeah, let's get that load in. It says that it should be ready to go. This happened last time. It says that the spec delay is at 0, and it still takes a few extra seconds to load in. So don't worry. Everything is working as planned, so we should be all set. Yep, here we go. The interface is loading in right now. And it looks like it was updated to 1.24.0 today. So a new update to Capture Age, a new update to AoE 2 as well, since I had to update that to even get in here today. So here we are. We got the good old, who is these guys? Green's Chimera. Red is the Inca. Very interesting. I haven't really seen or spectated any Inca games since the Mapuche DLC came out. So now, basically, Incas are a little bit different. They no longer have the old, standardized Age of Empires 2 tech tree. They no longer have, the men-at-arms line. They just sort of have their own sort of set of units called the Champion Scouts that upgrades through the ages. Kind of similar like the Sword line, but it's kind of a mixture between a runner unit, so like the Eagle Warriors, and also is good against buildings too, so something from the Sword line. So it's kind of a hybrid unit that all the South American natives get, so that being Incas, Muiscas, Tupi, and Mapuche. So, yeah. It was a pretty neat change, and now the Incas, what used to be a unique unit, the Slinger, is no longer a unique unit. Everybody gets it, basically. So Slingers are just range units, are good against infantry and siege. So yeah, since the Incas no longer have a trash... Well, actually, they never had a trash unit that was considered to be like cavalry. So, in a way, the Slinger kind of fills that role because it helps you to fight siege weapons in a way that obviously skirms and helps would struggle against, so, yeah. But anyways, here we are. Obviously, Inca's build order is always going to be a bit different, since instead of having the normal lumber camp, mill, mining camp setup, they got these things called settlements. Now, what settlements do is, they essentially are these big, giant drop-off sites where you bring all of your resources to, yeah. Covers up a lot of space as well, just like this, yep. And it also gives you about 5 pop space as well. So not only does it sort of count as a drop-off site, it acts as like a big giant house as well, be it a bit more expensive, right? Right away, we see Inca get a very early boar here, which is very fascinating. And let's check in with Green. So Green, being the Chimeras, Southeast Asian Civ, much more standard, right? Just building 2 houses at the start. Started to eat their sheepy, and already eating their boar as well. How many vills on the lumber campy? 3 of them. Okay, so that's typically what I see a lot these days. I think back when I used to do a lot of AoE 2 matches 1v1 on Arabia, the norm used to be 4 vills on the lumber camp. Now it's 3, so something definitely changed in the calculus between HD Edition and D, for sure. Now, this is pretty cool. So, he was able to space out this settlement to cover the wood line and the berries. So, yeah, it's pretty good multitasking there. Frankly, if you wanted to get another settlement, you could put one here to get the gold, and this wood line, or you could put it right here, which is an even closer one, to get the stone, the wood line, and possibly even wall this area off from raiding. So that's definitely something you want to consider, right? Yeah. Also, he's deer pushing too. Essentially, deer pushing is when you take your scout unit and you sort of run his face right up against the tail of the animal, and the animal runs away in that direction that he's relationally to it. So if you're right behind the animal, he's just going to run forward, and eventually you run him so forward that your vills can just pick him off with their bows and arrows just like that. It's a nice extra way of getting some extra huntable meat, so you can hold off again farms longer, right? Because while farms are going to sort of be your long-term source of food in AoE 2, you kind of want to hold off on them for as long as you can, because farms, well, cost wood. And early on, wood is kind of important, because you need to build houses, you need to build, yes, a barracks, and that's kind of what you want to go for, basically, yeah. So, yeah, he's getting the barracks right now. He's also picking up loom. How is his food right now? Is he going to go to feudal? Or what? I'm going to look at this barracks right now. Is he just getting it up? Okay, so it looks like he got that as his second Dark Age building so that he could get his age up going. That is very, very nice, yeah. Very, very good, actually. Right. So it looks like Inca's now going to feudal, but Chimeras were ahead of him by about half a minute, so they're going to get the first age up. He's got a mill over here on berries, very good. Now he's eating up his little geese. I call them duckies, because I like duckies. And yep, he's got a lot of vills on wood. He's got about 10 on wood right now. He's putting up another house right here. This is pretty normal on Arabia to build your bases like. So on Arabia, it's a very open map. If you could tell, it's like really widespread. So one way you can sort of fix that is by basically walling up with your regular buildings, you know, your houses, your barracks, your market, all that. Just build it in a nice little neat line, and you can use that as part of your wall, so you don't have to actually go out of your way and put like a palisade down or even stone wall. You can just use these, which is very, very good. Yeah. Now, question is, what will the Chimeras go for here? Yeah. So this is one cool bonus that the Chimeras get. Essentially, they don't have any building prerequisites as a civ. So that means if you want to get a stable right away and go for a scout rush, you can do that without even building a barracks. Every other civ on the block, they have to build a barracks first before they can get a stable, but not the Chimeras. Makes them exceptionally strong, because it plays almost like Age of Empires 3. You know, you just build your stable in Age 2 and there you go. Start spamming the hussars. Same thing over here with Scout Cav. So right away, he's going to be popping out some Scout Cav. I can see one queuing up right now. Whereas the Inca player is going to upgrade his Chompy Scouts to the Chompy Runners, sort of like their equivalent to Men-at-Arms for their special unit. And they're going to go with some initial pressure with that. So it looks like he built some of them up in the Dark Age, and he's going to upgrade them into the Runners right now. I would assume that this is sort of the South American natives equivalent of a Men-at-Arms rush, I would assume. It kind of feels a little bit more dangerous, since these are a very quick unit, you know? For what it's worth, Men-at-Arms are quite a bit slower, since they're like regular infantry, except if you're the Celts, I guess, so having these guys running at that speed gives them a lot of raiding potential, possibly. The only bad thing, of course, is that they cost gold, whereas Scouts a trash unit, so you don't need gold for them, you just need a bit of food. Or I should say a lot of food, it's 80 food, which early on is kind of costly. Okay, a raid is taking place over here, and we already see Bill being whacked right now by his mace. Looks like he escapes though. Uh-oh, you got the town center fire. Oh god, get control of your units, dude, you're losing them. You want to avoid losing troops if you can avoid it. Smart man getting a spearman, though. This is one way that you deal with pressure on Arabia. One is walling, another one is keeping a spearman nearby to counter the scouts. You do need to be careful, though, because eventually, through blacksmith technologies, possibly bloodline, and how many scouts they got, they can overwhelm your spearmen. So, depending on how much they're up, they might be upgraded with a blacksmith. You might have to get a second spearman. You don't know, so you have to be careful of that. But thankfully here he was able to kill one of the scouts and scare them off. Thankfully. Because, yeah, resource preservation is very important in this game. So you can't just throw 3 scouts at a spearman, even if you kill it and go like, oh yeah, that was a win. Not necessarily, you know. Spending a lot of food up front can be very painful for you. Because it reduces your ability to go to Castle Age and really start to boom. So you gotta be very, very careful of that stuff. Truly. Alright, so we got 4 scouts following up over here. This wall is not completed yet. He's going to put a house up over here, but he needs to get this corner done right now. He's coming right down here too, so come on, man, you gotta get this built. You're also going to have to roll out the spearmen over there now. He does have 3 spearmen though, so he's got more than enough to deal with this, should it come down to it, but it's going to still be really painful if he lets that in his base. How's the scoring though? It looks like, scoring-wise, Green is definitely ahead by like 200 points. It's always good to look at that. On the resource board here, it looks like clearly Chimeras have a lot more food. But ELO-wise, you can see the ELO here, by the way. This guy's got like 1,400, so he's about 50 points ahead. So he's a pretty solid player. He's kind of the same ELO as our Wars of Liberty friend Blackwing is in AoE 2, so pretty strong player, honestly. Obviously not Viper level, or Vinchester, or whatever, or MBL, but pretty okay. And, yeah, scouts can't find an opening, so they're just gonna circle around, see if they can cut into one of the palisade pieces, maybe, or just take off and scout the map, yeah. Because now that you know your opponent is walled off, you really can't do much right now as Chimeras. The best thing you can do, try to get to the Castle Age, maybe go for a siege workshop if you really want to go in there and start blasting those walls down with like a mangonel or a ram or something like that. But if you don't want to do that, well, just focus back and boom in your own base and be vigilant for when he comes attacking. Because right now, it's really advantageous for the Inca player to actually try to rush you right now. Because typically when you're scoring behind, that's when you really want to go out and try to kill some of your opponent's villagers, cut their economy down a bit, make things a bit more even, Steven, because once that score really starts to split apart a lot, then you're really in trouble. I see he tried to attack the house because it's got a bigger hitbox, but fortunately, Inca's village is there to try to repair it, so that's good. He went with the combo of archers and spearmen. Now, let's see how this goes. Is he still doing scouts? No, he added skirms in. So, skirm scout. This is great for the Chimera player. Because skirms easily kill spearmen, and then the scouts will easily kill the archers. Well, actually, the archers are killed by both of these units, making them pretty weak in this matchup. So, I think the Inca player miscalculated this unit comp here, and he's going to deal with some real consequences of his actions. He also, Chimeras also picked up fletching, so they got more attack and range on those archers too. Plus, he's picking up the first armor upgrade on his scout line as well. So now he's going to have even more protection from his arrows. Very nice. I would say, though, he should have went for the forging, maybe. Did he get forging? No, he did not get forging yet. I would have went for forging, so that way you could use that higher attack to kill the spearmen quicker, and then you could just finish off the archers from there. Because when you get armor against spearmen, it's not that good. Alright, he gets bloodlines too. Now that's good. Bloodlines will be very helpful. Bloodlines will help preserve his cavalry's life against these spearmen, so that's not bad. And yeah, it looks like the skirms right now doing a good job in running those spearmen. It looks like he's focusing them on the archers, though. I would have focus them on the spearmen. That's really your best play there. And then, yep, the scouts will easily clean up those archers, and done. Very nice. Alright, so what happens from here? Chimeras go right into knights. Pretty obvious choice. You know, you already got a stable, you got some gold income. May as well throw in a few knights, since knights can be used really in almost any situation, you know, they're just a very flexible unit. Yeah, you know your opponent has some spearmen, but, yep, you got some skirms backing you up, so in theory you could run a few knights and get some damage done. But obviously, since Inca did a great job at walling, that's not going to work too good, right? because he's going to have to find a way to bust this down. Best way of doing that, of course, is to get a siege workshop somewhere over here, maybe in the back over here, in case you want to put a castle here later, and then just put a mangonel down, start popping those palisades down, or one of these buildings in the front. Because for right now, all we can do is just nip away at his barracks with his scouts. And Inca has his archers upgrade to crossbowmen already, so he's just going to take an advantage here and just lob some free shots at those scout units, right? And he's going to have to retreat. Skirm's coming back from behind, and now Skirms are going to start lobbing some javelins into that barracks. Obviously, Skirms do very, very little damage to anything that isn't an archer, including buildings, right? They only do like 1 damage per shot against those buildings, thus they're not going to get much done. Crossbowmen doing a good job shooting one of those skirms and avoiding any real damage. Very good work for him there. And yeah, right now, all Chimeras can do is just sort of hang out here, wait till a Vil comes over to do a siege, and then just bust in. He could also take advantage of his map control since he's exerting a lot of military and start building out town centers across the map, right? But he builds his second town center right here by the stone. That's a good choice, you know. You always want to put your town centers near critical resources like gold and stone, or possibly a very important wood line or some other important asset on the map, right? So, good choice there by the Chimera player. Inca did the same thing, found his stone over here and put a town center in this spot. Right? Now, I don't like the fact that you got the blacksmith there blocking one of your farms, but hey, you can build more town centers as time goes on as well, so you do you at that point, you know what I mean? Because typically in most of these AoE2 matches in an ideal world, you kind of want to start out with 3 town centers once you can afford it and you know you can maintain the villager queues, right? Because those are the 2 reasons we build town centers in AoE2. Number 1 is protection of Vils, right? Keep it near a critical resource so you don't have any Vils getting lopped off near that critical resource. Possibly dropping some of the resource with them before they carry it back. And, you know, additional queues of villagers to get your score up, right? So right now, where's the score looking at? So we notice that Spice is behind by about 400, and then Production is up by, already in the 3,000 range. Now, looks like Inca does decide to move out with his crossbowmen. He thinks he might get something done here. Now, let's see. I mean, it looks really bad here because you just don't have the numbers, son. I would have came out maybe when you had more units, but hey, he kind of pulled back and kind of made it advantageous for him, so that kind of worked in the Inca player's favor there. If you try to shoot these knights, try to do it from a hill, because you know in AoE 2, if you shoot downwards, like you have a range unit from a higher position, it'll do more damage to the unit underneath it. So, yeah, that is something definitely to consider there. And then he just walls it back up again. Okay, so that was a very lucky break for the Inca player. But honestly, I thought that was going to be pretty disastrous because he had all his knights right there and he could have just killed them right then and there. So, you know, you're very lucky that you got away with like maybe... did he lose like 1 crossbowman but took out 3 scouts with that? Yeah, no. But honestly, it doesn't mean that much since scouts, of course, are trash units and don't cost gold, so not the best trade in the world, you know, since gold units are worth gold, actual gold, treat them like gold. Yeah, pretty much. Building a castle at the midpoint between his original base and a new town center up here. Now, okay, that's pretty interesting. Honestly, if I could have, I would have put the castle like right here in the front of your base, so that way you get the elevation on it, which helps you out later in the fight. And plus, that would have helped you to push forward. Having a castle here on the side doesn't protect the front of your base, so if he comes in with his treads and siege over here, this isn't really well protected, you know? Your town center is pretty much a sitting duck. Having it off the side here, yeah, it protects your flank, but yeah, no. I would strongly suggest putting a castle here. So you protect the front of your base, you secure the stone, and yeah, you kind of, well, you don't protect much of the gold. You would probably need to branch out into here as well to protect these golds, and then even the one back there, but yeah, pretty much that. And from what I can tell right now, all the Chimeras are doing is just stacking tons and tons of knights. And another good thing they're doing too is collecting relics. Yes. That's one thing that Inca should probably be doing, is collecting relics right now. How many relics is Chimera up to? So, he's got one relic. He actually made a secondary monk as well. So, as long as he knows the map at this point, let's see, can we see, like, where he's at with the, interesting. Ah, okay. Gotta learn this mechanic myself with how the Fog of War works on the map, but yeah. I would imagine, since he's got the cavalry and he did a bit of, like, search around there, he should, in theory, have a lot of this map already figured out at this point, since he's got the mobile units to scout with. Yeah, but, right now, it looks like, in general... No Imperial Age yet for the Chimera. Well, he's got the food for it, he just needs the gold for it. Once he gets the gold, he could probably go to, like, Imperial Age and change the Cavaliers. Maybe get a jump on his enemy there. Just be careful of the Kamyuks. These are, like, spearmen, but they have a very long range with these super long spears that can actually poke through walls and stuff. Very scary unit. So, yeah. Depending on if the Inca player stacks more of these Kamyuks, you might have an opportunity to, you know, get them on early with your Cavaliers, but we'll have to see. How's his blacksmithing with the cavalry? So he's got both of the armor upgrades, he's got forging, bloodlines. He's really got most of the cavalry stuff out of the way. You'd obviously want to upgrade more of it if you can, get the Cavaliers upgrade, and then maybe go for a significant push on that, right? Oh wow. Wolves dying, villagers dying to wolves. Did he get Loom? Did he get Loom yet? Did he? I don't even know at this point, laddie. Really? Unbelievable, man. I figure out. Yeah, it looks like he did. What's up with that, though? I don't know, man. Crazy. He's got a knight killing Inca's outpost there. And it looks like, look at this! Look at that. He ends up building a castle in the spot I exactly said he was going to, right on top of the hill. As the higher elo opponent, he clearly knows that that's a strategic spot he eventually wanted to get involved with, so of course he's going to take it, right? Yeah, I guess the only vulnerable spot now is through this side here, but eventually you could put a castle on this hill, and that would be great because that would cover the gold, and then that would cover your left flank. Alright, that's great. Now, is he up to Imperial Age yet? No. See, that's where things are going to get a little dicey. Okay, he doesn't have a castle yet, though. Okay. So, what I was looking for was, I was seeing, alright, does Chimera have a castle yet? Because if Chimera has a castle now, they get the first advantage of getting the first trebs out and start sieging at his castles. But since he doesn't have that yet, he doesn't get to take advantage of that. Alright? Okay, now, Inca does click up to Imperial. But look, he's getting his, light cavalry upgrade, right? He's picking up Cavalier, he's getting his third armor, plate barding. He's got iron casting, so his second attack. Yep, he is getting everything he possibly needs. He would just need to get the blast furnace, right? And then he'd have his final, +2 attack on his, melee, right? Yep, absolutely. So yeah, right now it looks like a big stack of Cavaliers are going to be rolling in. How many has he got? He's got 48 of them. This is a big group. This is a big group of them. And he's going to attack on that vulnerable left flank that I told you about. And what is Inca picking up? He's picking up his iron casting, getting thumb ring, more accuracy and speed to range units, elite skirm. Does he have enough to fend that off right now? Frankly, does he have pikemen right now? Because you might need to make a shift into pikemen and Kamyuks here to survive this particular unit. He doesn't have a lot of polearms, and I think that could be a real concern. Because all he has to do is just break through here, and he's right into your eco, and you have very little defense. See, he's going to come right up into your army right now, and he's going to crush you. He's going to crush you outright, because he's got the numbers and you don't. And you don't even have the lead Kamyuks, you just have plain old Castle Age ones. So you're going to get some kills, right? But you're not going to get a lot of them, though. Good thing you have a castle too, that'll help out a bit, but obviously once you have a ton of Nightline units armored up and stuff, castles, it takes a while for them to get working on them. Looks like over here at least he's able to isolate some of the Cavaliers with his pikemen, which gladly he's getting, and then he can start killing some of those off. Great. But once the main mass comes over, things are going to get a little bit more tough. You're also going to take a lot of kills here, right? You're going to lose bills on gold, you're going to lose some on farms. This can be kind of devastating at this stage, you know? It's a very critical point in the match. Any castle yet from the Chimera? Yep, he's going right here. So any trebuchets coming out yet? Nope. He's just running in with his Cavaliers and Light Cav right now. It's good that he already has Light Cav in mind, because obviously gold doesn't last forever in Arabia, so you do kind of need to make that pivot at some point. Looks like, yeah, Cavaliers still rolling in. This is the problem. Once you don't have enough spearmen to kind of like force them out, it's very hard to clean them, because, you know, these Cavaliers are very durable, high HP, high damage units, so it does take a bit of work from you, and you're still fighting them with some pikemen I see here. Town center is down. You're going to take a huge loss on that TC, and he's dead. He capitulates. GG. Yep. Absolutely. So what happened here? So it looked like from the get-go the score was clearly a bit split, and key thing too was Inca player did not get pikemen early enough, and he didn't have, frankly, I think, the score and eco and stuff to get the spearmen in time either, which I think really screwed him here. See, if he had like 50-something pikemen early on in that fight, and he was able to control the battlefield, I think he probably could have held him off, pushed him off, shrugged him off a bit, and then came up with a game plan after that when things started going into a treb war. But honestly, in this situation, Khmer did so good, he didn't even need to do that. He just sort of pelted him early there, which was pretty nice. Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, give your hat to the player that clearly did better here, right? Absolutely. So yeah, you can look at the stats here too. So military, clearly ahead. Yep. Look at all this stuff. Look at all these individual stats. Very nice. This is something you can get if you have the advanced software. Yeah. Not bad. Not bad at all, honestly. Good. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the return to map, watch more, and we are going to go on to the next one now. So let's do some more looking, alright? Sounds good. Let's go find ourselves another match to look at. Let me just go into the base game here. It's this thing where AoE2 lags up like a storm. Capture rate is fine, but AoE2 is like freezing like crazy. I don't know why. Okay, now it's fine, alright. I guess it's the nature of the CPU stuff. What's this, by the way? More content? Oh, I already own everything. Downloadable content, so it tells you now what DLCs you can get for the game. That's pretty cool. Guess if you didn't know what the game is all about, it shows you what all that is. Okay, so what do we got? We got Bengali, we got Gujaras. Is that that's Bengalis. That's Bengalis and Aztecs. Or is that Mayans? Can't remember. Let's try that one. Sounds like a neat idea. Yeah, right, we got a 90-second delay there, so let's start sharing the stream with some more Discord servers and keep the party going. Yeah, sounds good. Yep, so hopefully you're all enjoying that first match. If you have any advice for me on how to showcase the game to you better, definitely let me know. Still new to AoE2 commentating stuff, so always looking to improve where I can, right? So yeah, totally. I'm always looking for new advices and stuff. Yeah. Looks like we're 50 minutes delay still, so just hang tight. Match is still loading in. 20 minutes into the delay. Very nice. Very cool. What else we got? Alright, should be starting any second now, so just hang tight. Takes a few seconds beyond what it normally says. And we should be all good to go, yeah. Very nice. Here we go, the match has started. Let's get into it, shall we? Awesome. Let's go through all this. Very cool. We don't need that. Here we are. So in blue, we got the Mayans. So it was the Mayans. I kind of thought they were Aztecs, and then we got yellow, the Bengalis. Very cool. Alright. I like the Bengalis pretty good. I think the Bengalis are pretty awesome because when you age up as the Bengalis, you get free villagers with the town centers, right? Let me review that. Yep, town centers spawn 2 villages when you reach the next age. I remember that fact pretty good. Cavalry plus 2 attack against skirms. Elephants receive less bonus damage and more resistance. So yeah, no, the Bengalis are essentially an elephant civ, really. They're really centered around their elephants and their Rathas, which is a chariot that they get, you know. It has 2 modes, the bow and arrow mode, and then it has the sword mode. So it's pretty fascinating in that regard. Yep, totally. So yeah, it should be a good matchup. And then, of course, you're going up against the Mayans, sort of an archer civ, who gets very cheap archers. And then later on, they get the powerful, super cheap, unique unit, the plumed archer, which are really good at spamming. So yeah, should be an interesting clash of civs, right? Archers versus elephants. Yeah, pretty much. So yep, right away we see him getting his little Miss Piggy over here, getting his boar. Oh wow, these are some pretty high ELO people too. We got a 2k ELO there with King of Throwing, and then we got Mildiatus here, who's at about 1900 ELO. So these are some really skilled players here, folks. Some really good people. Very good people. So definitely pay attention to these guys. They're going to show you some pretty interesting stuff. And probably some good learning for you too about AoE 2 in terms of learning your gameplay stuff. So right now we see a lumber camp up here with about 2 of these. House here, house there. How about yellow? So yellow's got his 3 lumberjacks on wood. He's bringing in his little Miss Piggy right now. And yep, it's got that. So it should be a good matchup. Where is the gold and the stone in relation to their bases? So it's got gold in the front, one between the trees here, and he's got gold sort of in the back over there. Right, looks like this side of the map is pretty wide open though, so this might be a bit tough to wall up here. You might have to do some creativity on that. But at the same time, blue, pretty wide open on this side. Same for over here. The only real walling protection he's got is sort of, I don't know, sort of this angle maybe. Yeah. There's always different types of walling to do in AoE 2. You can go for a full wall, or you can do a partial one, depending on sort of what situation you're in. Here, you might honestly want to go with the more open base setup and rely on stuff like Spearmen to protect your economy where needed from things like Scout Cavs, so we'll see what ends up coming of that. Mildiatus going for some deer pushing there, again in Argali. Basically this small little goat-like animal. Into his base so he can get some extra meat out of it. So everybody's working pretty good here. Oh wow, very nice. They're both deer pushing. Yeah. See, these are some pretty high ELO players here. So for them, something like deer pushing comes naturally. So of course they're going to go that route. Getting as much food as they can early on to preserve the amount of farms that they need, right? Because obviously, you need wood early on to build houses, build your production buildings, so if you can save a little wood by holding off on the farms, that's really great. One thing to check, though, is that Mayans do have a bit of sheep down here in the back, though. So, yep, that's definitely one thing to look out for, pretty much. Yep. It's kind of cool how they work the game pause into the capture age as well, so yeah. So is this pause for now? Can we fast forward out of it? Or, yeah, I don't know. Let's see if we fast forward a bit, if we can get out of this pause. Yeah, I mean, so far it's looking very promising here. So yeah, can we fast forward even more, or is this real time, or is this like post played? By any chance, I don't even know at this point. So yeah, might he be here for a while? What are your predictions for this one, based on the civs? Do you think Bengali's got it, or do you think the Mayans got it? Honestly, it's going to be a pretty fascinating one. I mean, I've seen both civs get a lot done before. Mayans are one of those old school favorites, though. Yep, okay, so we're back. Okay, we're back to normal here, so let's continue. One hotkey is broken. Sorry, let's go. Okay, so he had a problem with his game with the hotkey. Yep. See, that's one thing that could be like a nightmare for you if you're a higher level player dealing with other high level players, is having an issue with your hotkeys, right? Because when you're a higher level player in these RTS games, your hotkeys are your lifeline. Because your APM has to be really, really sharp. And one of the best ways to do that, at least for most players, is through hotkeys, so they can quickly press through things and, slap together a house really quickly, or slap together a town center or something like instantly, so they can use those other seconds in their brain to win a fight, maybe compete for a relic or something. Yeah, no. Right now, it's pretty normal since it's the first parts of the Dark Age. But once you get into Feudal Age, Castle Age, Imperial Age into late game, your APM levels in your brain really need to start firing off, because you're going to be dealing with attacks on different fronts, having to make sure that you have enough wood and food for your stuff, making sure you're, winning fights against castles, against units. It gets really tough that you can conduct raiding. It gets really challenging, so you definitely need to make sure you do that. Now, it does look like the higher elo opponent here does get his Feudal Age in about 50 seconds ahead. Pretty nice. Here's the thing, though. Just because you age up earlier doesn't always necessarily mean that you're a better player. There's a lot of Muppets out there that age up super early, but they don't know what to do with it. And they do it before they really establish a decent early Dark Age economy, and then they end up suffering for it. So, don't just age up quickly because you're doing it for the sake of doing it. Have a game plan, right? Maybe be planning men-at-arms archers, archer refs, something like that out of it. So, yep, Mayan player already had their barracks in tow, and they're going to get their archer range, right? No, a second barracks. Okay, so is he going to go for a Sword of Eagles? Maybe. Possibly. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, Eagles are pretty interesting. Since they're not really cavalry, you wouldn't use spearmen to counter Eagles. You would actually have to build the sword line, so like men-at-arms to fight them. A unit you don't always see in Feudal Age gameplay is men-at-arms, unless you're going for like a tiny rush of them, right? So yeah, definitely going Eagles could be a fascinating idea. Now he's got 2 barracks to do him with, so this should be pretty fun. And he's going to go right for his base and try to get some raiding done. And also, remember I told you this is a very wide open map with a lot of vulnerabilities. This is the time to be doing those speedy unit rushes with. So like Eagle rushes, Scout rushes, this is totally the time to do it. Whereas it looks like the Bengali player decides to go skirmishers. Alright, well, that could be good, but unfortunately, your opponent's going with sort of a semi-cav unit, so skirms are not going to do so good there, right? Definitely. I think in that sense, though, Mayans are already looking to have the advantage just because they have the better comp, right? Totally. So, yeah. Now, if I was the Bengali player, if I wanted to go for a default strategy, I would probably go scouts, because that way you have the stables already up for when you want to do Battle Elephants and Castle Age. So I don't know what he was thinking with the skirmishers there. I think he was just making the assumption, that he was going to go for archers because he's the Mayans, but trust me, you can't always do that. You got to be smart. You can't always just assume people are going to play into their preferred unit type. Sometimes they're going to throw you off like this, and then it's a big bad surprise. Because now, he's going to have to deal with this whole new threat of eagles with just skirms, and that's going to just cause so much stress for him. Thankfully, though, he's an advanced player, so he does know how to wall quickly. If you're a quick player that knows his APM, you can actually wall this way with vills. So what you do is you have vills build palisade gates, houses, and palisade pieces just like this, and then quickly slap together a quick wall and keep the raid out. Obviously, lesser elo opponents won't be able to figure this thing out, and then they'll lose the vills, but if you're a skilled player, you can save most of your economy doing quick walling like that. It's like a very essential skill once you get into the upper ELO of the game. It basically ends up becoming required, because look, he's got an eagle rush over here, he's got one over here. If he didn't know how to wall with these palisades and houses and palisade gates quickly, his vills would be dead, and then he'd be dead. Because once you lose so many vills in Feudal Age, you're basically already toast. Then he has to know how to come back here and quickly reflex and build on that one. And then obviously at the key poke and you have to repair. Very stressful stuff, because look, he's already got 2 full stacks of eagles in his base right now. And I don't know if he's going to be able to deal with it right now. Truthfully. Not good. Oh wow, and he just picked up arson too, so now he's got more siege on his barracks units. Really not good. What does he do though? Well, the way you would kill eagles is with men-at-arms, right? Does he have the means to do that though? Not in food. He's got gold for it, but not food. He's stuck trying to survive all this stuff with like 5 skirms right now. And look, he's trying to garrison in some skirms right now. They're locked away in the TC. And now things surrounded by an army of eagles. They're not cutting out that thing alive, I guarantee you. Okay, he breaks away over there, thankfully. And what is his plan here at this point? He's got wide open farms, right for the picking for these guys, and like no protection in military. Clearly the Maya player is in a much more favorable spot right now. And that's pretty obvious at this point. It's going to be very, very difficult for you as the Bengali player to get out, especially since you haven't been able to make any move towards men-at-arms right now, right? Totally. He does have the stable now, though, right? I told you that. I wanted him to have a stable because he's the Bengalis. If he can get that castle agent and start doing battle elephants, he's playing into his Civ strength at that point. So, yeah. And that would be pretty decent against these, eagles, having a big army of big hefty elephants to tank that. Alright, thankfully he takes advantage of the moment and walls him out of this area. Okay, why is he, putting up another palisade here? How does he plan again there anyways? Okay, obviously these eagles are going to break through, especially if they have arson right now. And that ville's dead. That's basically guaranteed. He's going to try to get away with this ville, though, at least. This is why raids are so painful sometimes, because you just have to do so much thinking, right? About saving every little ville, plugging up every little hole. You basically have to be like a plumber in your base and clog all your drains just to make it out alive. But now he's in the Goldilocks zone, he's in the honeypot. He's got all the vills here, and that's an instant win. No, you cannot survive that many casualties like that. He's already got a much larger army than you of units that you can't counter right now. And clearly, looking at the vill net, it looks like they had equal vills, 42 vills. But he was going to lose how many? He was going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, possibly up to 9 or 10 vills. Losing that many that early on, deadly. That was the last straw there. And the man had he was starting to get food and gold, right? But again, he didn't do any men-at-arms, though, to start kicking out those eagles. He could have, garrisoned them in the barracks and then rolled out with them, maybe, and tried to maybe do something about that. Yeah, no, that was definitely a pretty troublesome situation, to say the least. Big time. So yeah, let's go on to the next one now, shall we? Very good. Alright. So let me find another match for you and we will go. You want to look at the stats too? Let's look at these. It kind of looks like the Ukrainian flag. Yeah, yellow and blue. Let's go to the next one now. Cool. That one didn't freeze as much. Awesome. Sauce. Let's find another match. Okay, so what we got now? We got Magyars versus, trying to forget, I forget what, is that Ethiopia or is that Ethiopia? I don't know, let's do it. I definitely love Magyar gameplay. Magyar gameplay is pretty fun. Alright, we got our 90-second delay going, so yep, we get to wait a little bit. Hopefully recatch my breath again. That'd be great. Off to a good start so far for the stream, don't you think? No, absolutely. We've had some good matches to watch here, so I think we're off to a pretty good day today. Totally. So, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. How do you think this matchup's going to go, by the way? It's Ethiopians, right? That symbol there? I think so. Actually, I could probably look through here and look through some old... Nah, this is Ethiopia, right? No, that's Malay. That's Malay. I thought that was Ethiopia for some reason. No, this is Ethiopia here. This one's Ethiopia. All right. So it's Malay versus Magyars. So you got a civ known for their elite trash units, the Magyars, aka the Magyar Hussars, which are just Hussars but better. And you got the elite spammable Karambit warriors of the Malays, plus the only civ to have sword line without a gold cost once you reach Imperial Age with that castle tech. So, really interesting set of things here. Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Now, of course, also, what map are we on for this one, too? This is Arabia, right? I don't know, I didn't even check. Man. It says, let's see. What map is it? Arabia, yeah, Arabia. Okay, so Malays will obviously not be able to take advantage of their water bonuses here, sadly. So it's going to be a purely land-based game, which is fine, since they get, again, Karambit warriors, they get the trash unit sword line, they got some cheap, affordable battle elephants too. They can go arbalists, they can go bomb cannon, right? They got some decent siege. So yeah, no, the Malays are pretty good as a civ on land. So we'll see how they do. Yep. Alright, so you got the Magyars in the corner here, and then you had the Malays up here. Quick to build both houses, very good. What's the LO on these folks? 700. So, not the best. Clearly a downgrade, but that's fine, you know. Honestly, there's so many people in AoE 2 that don't even have great ELOs. They're still fun players to watch and learn things from, so this is totally fine. Maybe we could even teach them a thing or two, depending on how they do, right? Well, starting with 2 houses is always a good play. Obviously, I don't like his choice here near the berries, because this blocks off a potential farm here, which is always a problem. But it is sort of protecting him in the front, so it's not the worst choice. This one I like a little bit better, because at least here it's not blocking any farm space, so that's, to me, going to be a little bit better, right? And one thing I wanted to check too was with what the current bonuses are for the Magyars, just so I can review. Okay, so all the melee attack upgrades are free, I remember that. Scouts are cheaper. Villagers defeat wolves with 1 strike. Okay, so essentially you can get away without Bloom early on as the Magyars. Potentially saving that gold for like men-at-arms or an archer or something. That's pretty good. And then, of course, the recurve bow, which is my most favorite tech of the Magyars of all time, because essentially what it does is it allows you to have the, you know, the cav archers with not only more attack but more range, so that the heavy cav archer for the Magyars, because yeah, the Magyars do get fully upgraded cav archers. They get the party and tactics, they get the heavy cav archer upgrade, they get all the blacksmith stuff. They have the same range as Arbalists, so you don't even need to run Arbalists as the Magyars. You can just go full heavy cav archer, which is awesome, since heavy cav archers are so mobile compared to the Arbalists, right? More expensive, of course, and they drain your gold quicker, but obviously adding on more range is always just going to be better. Let me check who that is while we keep playing this out. Alright, I'm back. I basically had to confirm something about an order of groceries that I'm ordering for my place, so I just had to confirm one of the things on the list that I put on there. I think it was something related to chocolate chip cookies that I was put on, so... Yep, it does happen to me sometimes. I have to pick up the phone or whatever. Yeah, so far, I mean... Okay, so 4 lumberjacks for the Magyar player. I mean, you could do that too. That's sort of the wood line I remember. Same thing for Blue. Blue also has 4 on Lumberjack. And he's eating his cows right now. Has he gotten his boars yet, though? No, he has not gotten any boars yet. That is very weird. Typically at this stage, you want to go for your Little Miss Piggies at this point and start eating them. Looks like Red hasn't gotten his boars yet either. See, at some point you're going to have to get those little winkers, because those winkers are your quickest way to get enough food to get you into feudal age. And you definitely don't want to have to go with farms this early either, because it's going to be a drain on your wood, and it's just going to make it hard to get houses, get military out. Yeah, but in this case, obviously, since both players are doing it wrong, it's not going to impact this person or that person as much, so it should be fine. Does seem like Blue's a little ahead in score there, but at this point, it doesn't matter too much this early on. Okay, so it looks like Malay goes for a barracks. That could be a good play. So is he going to go for a drush, possibly? He could. He could go for a drush. Drush wouldn't be the worst idea, because once you hit feudal age, you just turn them to men-at-arms. And then you already have the men-at-arms upgrade already done, so when you want to go for your Imperial Age two-handed swordsmen that don't cost any gold as the Malays, you got that already in the works for you, so I guess you're saving yourself a bit of time up front. So is he going to get the drush, or is he just getting the building up to age up with? Well, he went after that. He already has the mill in the lumber camp. Alright, so he's just going to leave that there for now. Watching pretty closely if he gets any sort of militia out of here. Any barracks yet from the other player? Yes, he does, and he actually sets up a palisade gate here too. Okay. Yeah, typically in a match like this, you wouldn't integrate your mill in with the wall, because you kind of want to let your villagers farm here freely and get as much food as possible. But I mean, I kind of understand it. He's probably thinking, I'm afraid of getting rushed and raided and stuff, so it's totally understandable. Again, on this map, it looks like it's going to be more of an open phase setup, so they do need to really consider where they want to wall their stuff and keep it protected. So that's like a totally understandable concern for some players like this. Because I'm sure if they've dealt with players with much higher ELO, probably got traumatized by the raids, and they're like, I definitely don't want that, so obviously protect. Okay, so I like that he's getting his boar over here done. You do want to get some of those now. That way, you can hold off on your farms, which is really good, right? You don't want to have to get farms right away if you can avoid it. Okay, he's getting the chickens. He's getting the wild chickens near the mill there. That's good. Good for you. This is something I do a lot in Black Forest free-for-alls in AoE 2. I'll seek out where my deer is, I'll put a mill nearby, and I'll just hunt it up right around it. I know it's not the smartest idea in the world, but it's something I actually use out of pure laziness, because I'm not a high APM player at this, so more the power to you to use my tactics. Malay gonna open up with a scout rush. Good play, you know, for players that are low ELO like this. Scout Rush is one of the easiest ones to pull off, so I think he's frankly going with what's most comfortable for him, which is totally fine. You know, go with the Scout Rush if you feel like that's the best one that you can perform with. Because, honestly, if you know how to use scouts pretty well, you can often get something done, like maybe kill 1 or 2 vills at least, get some scouting done. It's not a bad deal, right? Plus, it's gold-free, so you're not wasting gold that you might need later. Always have to consider as well. Yep, I like how right out of the gate Magyar picks up his double-bit axe and his horse collar. That's always a really smart play to go for, my friend. Very good play indeed. And, looks like the Malay player has not gotten his double-bit axe yet. That's a bit of a trouble, you know. Double-bit axe, and in general all those woodline technologies, are typically the ones you want to pick up earliest as your civ, right? because wood chopping is really, really important in AoE2. It's necessary for farming, so it's literally the reason you're getting food in the game is because you have wood to build farms and replant farms. Also how you get your houses up so you don't get housed, so your military doesn't fall behind in numbers. How you get your production buildings up, like your barracks, your stable, build town centers. You need a lot of wood in this game. You know, this is one of the games where Mother Nature does not survive for very long, depending on how long the game goes. Yeah, no. Mother Nature's like cursing you for ruining her every time. Wheelbarrow for Magyars. Kind of a bit early, I will say. I mean, typically what I do is I try to get Wheelbarrow around the time that I'm going to go into Castle Age. Just before I go into Castle Age, I'll pick up Wheelbarrow. So that way I know I have enough vills to make the tech worth it. You know, since Wheelbarrow essentially allows your vills to move a bit faster and, you know, have more carry capacity and stuff, making it more efficient. So, yeah, that's what I would probably done. Forging for the melee player. So how many scouts is he on? So he has about... He's got a scout already in his base, staking him out, and then he's going to throw some scouts right in the front. So he's got 4 scouts right here. Magyar player on top of his toes, though, when he gets right in the town center, killing one of his scouts. But they do break through, though. That means he can keep harassing him. He can harass this woodline. This is where I would worry right now, this woodline. Woodline right now is in serious danger. Can you, like, wall that off quickly? I don't think he will. So, yep, nope, he's going to just flame with his vills. He's got Bloom. He will kill them eventually, but the question is how many vills will he lose? He'll lose a good number of them. He's lost, looks like 1 or 2 so far. And, of course, the melee player is going to be a bit careful not to lose his scouts all up front, which is great. He decides to fight the spearman, but he does not know how to micro it. See, if you were smart and you knew how to micro, you could pull out the weakened scout and let the other ones finish him off. But unfortunately, he doesn't do that. Now he's really not looking good with this raiding force. This one's practically dead. How about this one in the front? He's practically dead too. So it's safe to say that Magyar was able to fend that off rather well. And has a better score. He's got a better score by like 200 right now. So right now, Magyar's looking pretty swell. Right? He's still down by a Vill though. So I don't know what that's about. Because he did take a few losses there. But it's still pretty even right now, I would say. It's tough to say who's really winning at this stage, right? Yeah, totally. Now, what happens here back in melee base? Does he follow up with more scouts, or now is he going to try to get towards a castle age? It looks like now he's pushing towards a castle age, right? He's got his blacksmith, he's got his stable, he's got all the prerequisite buildings he needs to get a castle age, and that should be pretty good. Yep, absolutely. Whereas for the Magyar player over here, it looks like he will be, also going towards Castle Age, I assume? Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's making scouts, right? He's got some spearmen for protection because he knows his opponent raided him there, so he just wants to make sure he's safe, which is totally fine. Yep, it looks like Melee going for that Castle Age right now. He's going to be pretty ahead in that regard because guess what? Once you hit that Castle Age, that's when you can put up town centers and thus get a huge villager gap over your opponent. You can get your Siege Workshop there, you can get Knights. It's a really good idea to get your Castle Age when you can, you know what I mean? It's like one of the most important ages to be in this game is Castle. Feudal Age is where a lot of the early pressure comes in, but once somebody shifts into Castle, that's when you can really like take somebody out and win. Most definitely. I think on average that's when most games like end right is like either late Castle Age or early Imperial Age. Yeah, so you definitely need that Castle Age sooner rather than later. It looks like Magyar does not have enough food for it though. He's got the gold, but he does not have the food for it. You might want to reconsider that though. Garrisons to fend off a scout. Get him out. Yep, very nice. I'd like to see if Blue sets up any town centers anywhere. He is getting iron casting, though, so is he maybe thinking battle elephants? What is he going for, exactly? Good question. I see he's got a double... Oh, yeah, no, he's got both of the armor upgrades on his infantry there. Yeah, very nice. Very nice indeed. Oh yeah, infantry armor upgrades for free. I didn't remember that about the Malays. That's a pretty interesting fact too. So that makes it even easier for him to maybe go with long sword, two-handed swordsman later on in the Imperial Age once he picks up that castle tech that removes the gold cost. So that should actually be very helpful for him. Yeah. Just goes to show you, even though Malay are awesome on water, they're just as good on land too. He decides to stonewall in this particular closage here. I mean, I guess he could. It's not the worst idea. He could easily wall this off too, honestly. Like, this area seems very well protected now that he's branched out that far. So I think at this point, Malay will be able to eventually wall himself completely, which will help him out quite a bit here with all this stuff. He gets a university in the back. So that's one of his Castle Age buildings. Does he get like a monastery for relics? What is his next play? Also looks like Magar's just clicking up the castle himself. Right? Yep. Now, one thing that Malay did not do is he didn't get any town centers. He didn't end up capping on his Castle Age advantage there. So his eco is actually behind that of the Magyar player. Yeah, no. Magyar is actually up by like 4 vills right now. So I don't know what's going on. Because, yeah, I can see the score gap also widening a bit in favor of Magyar's. It's about a 600-point lead there. Is that right? Yeah, no. The gap is definitely lengthening, to say the least. 100%. So, yeah, no, totally. Looks like a battering ram comes out for the Malay player. Alright, I'm a battering ram. Okay. Doesn't have any other troops though, so I don't know what he's planning. Is he gonna go like Karambit spam? Is he gonna go, what is he gonna go for? Yeah, he's gonna go Karambit spam. I see it right now. There he goes. Karambit Warriors. Now, what makes these guys pretty good is they're very cheap. And they only cost half a population slot, which means you can have like double these guys more than ARU in the game. So, you know, in a typical AoE2 match, what do you have? Like typically like a 150, 175, 200 pop or whatever. You can have like 400 of these guys in a 200 pop game if you ever want to, right? Because if you have like 100 pop for military available to your disposal, then that means you can have 200 of them because it costs half a population slot, which is pretty funny. Totally. So what he's going to do is he's going to board them inside of battering rams. Not the worst idea. He definitely knows how to take advantage of the cool bonus of the battering rams, which is battering rams move faster the more infantry and archers you garrison inside of them. So, yeah, he's actually turned these into a very speedy siege unit by, like, sticking all his karambits in there. So he does know that cool mechanic of the game. That's pretty neat. Whereas it seems like the Magyar player is getting a monk from a monastery. He's picking up his second armor on the cavalry, the chainmail for them. He's got the monastery in the back. Does have a castle too. So if you want to get some Magyar Hussars, you could. Only problem is, until he gets that upgrade for the mercenaries, they're going to cost him gold. So I don't know if he's fine with that or not. Or he just wants to wait till later when he can get them to be gold free and into real trash units. Yeah. I think he's going into Imperial Age. Yeah, he's saving for Imperial right now. Looks like he's saving for Imperial right now. Oh, he gets husbandry? Interesting. Speed for his cavalry. Okay, he's got no army, though. That's why I'm a little worried about him. He's got no defenses. Obviously a castle will not stop battering rams because, well, every arrow to a battering ram is only 1 damage. So right away he's going to get pushed by these battering rams and karambits. He's going to take the vills and poke the rams at them, but guess what? He garrisoned them with karambits, and now he can just pull them out and cut up all your vills. He's going Magyar Hussars now, though. A little too late, though, you know what I mean? It's a little bit too late to be going for that, but okay, he's killing the karambits since they're such a weak unit, and moving on to the rams now. He should be repairing that castle if he can. Repair that castle right now. Okay, he does not repair the castle and he loses it. Okay, he somehow defends with Magyar Hussars and villagers. As all his vills are idling off, which is definitely not good. Where's he going to get now that he's lost his castle? Was he going to get some knights in there or something? He's going to get some spearmen, get some pikemen. Well, pikemen aren't going to be that great against karambits since they're a bit of a stronger unit. They do a bit more attack, so they'll cut through spearmen no problem. Does have a few leftover Magyars too. I thought he was legit going to Imperial Age. Trying to cap on that. I think now at this stage the Malay player could get an Imperial Age, and he might be thinking of that too. He's got the necessary resources, I believe. Okay, he will go Imperial Age. Alright, so he's clicking up, clicking to Imperial Age. What he could do is just spam some more karambits, get a huge swarm, and then use some trebs, take them out from range. That's a decent idea. Okay, so it looks like the Magyar player got murder holes, but he doesn't have the castle anymore, so I don't know why he picked that up. Murder holes is literally so your towers and castles can shoot units right underneath them like he was dealing with, so a little bit of a slow reaction time there, and it's not going to get much good. Okay, Magyar also clicks up, though. And I wonder what he's going to end up going for with, an Imperial Age army in this matchup. So we'll have to watch it pretty closely. Oh, man-armed. Okay, so he's going to go with his trash unit, two-handed swordsman, as the Malays have access to with their castle tech. He's picking up man-arms now. He's getting squires. And, yep, he'll just need long swordsman. He's got long swordsman right now, and then he just needs two-handed sword. Get that castle tech to remove the gold cost from the sword line. And then he's going to have his very spammable sword trash unit. He's also picking up conscription, so that they can train faster, too. Very nice. Very, very good. Okay, trebs are rolling out right now. Very good. Yep, so what is he going to do? He's going to go with his army of trash, two-handed swordsmen and trebuchets. Oh, he just canceled him out from getting a relic. That hurts. Always is painful when you can't get a relic, since that's basically your late game gold economy when the gold runs out. Kind of sad, but obviously his army's kind of shrimpy right now, so he's not going to do a good job of fighting there. Get a few kills since they're, karambit warriors and not the strongest, so yeah. Mostly in favor of Malay there. Magyar gets another castle, this time in front of the base. But, you're gonna have to get some trebs out, my friend. Because he's getting trebs right now. Or how many? Is he getting more of them? Looks like he only made one trebuchet. Typically, you want to get 3, 4, maybe even 5 trebuchets. The more trebuchets you get, the better off you are. Because as you know, trebuchets obviously have issues with accuracy, though with castles they'll always hit. But the main problem is if somebody counters your trebuchets with, say, like, bombard cannons, cavalry, infantry, you're going to get that castle down more likely if you have more trebs. And obviously, the other reason you need trebs is for treb wars. So when somebody else has trebuchets, they're going to be firing them at yours, and the more you have, the more likely you're going to kill their group. Because again, trebuchets don't have perfect accuracy. So unless you get really lucky and you hit them every time with RNG, yeah, that's essentially it. The more trebuchets you have, the less RNG you have to rely on to win a fight. That's what I'm telling you. It's not just a raw damage, it's literally fighting against RNG. That non-100% accuracy on the treb. The only thing the trebs hit 100% of the time is castles, just like this. At least he's repairing the castle, so he knows to do that. Okay, he's gonna be doing Magyar Hussars. He's got him up to a lead, by the way. Is he going with knights too? Looks like he's going for knights as well. So knights and Magyar Hussars. He is rushing one of the trebs now. That's good. Kills one of the trebs. Not bad. Look, he's got the longswords already. He's already spamming out the longswords right now. He's picking up blast furnace to get +2 attack on his infantry and cavalry. He's gonna try to hit the trebuchet once again, it looks like. Gets it down. Not bad. Good for you. Good job. But guess what? Another trebuchet comes out. Yeah, no. They keep coming and coming after a while until the fight gets really bad, and then they maybe stop. So, might be dealing with this for a bit. Okay, he decides to upgrade his knight line to cavaliers. Not the worst idea. Cavaliers can be good. You could pair them with Magyar Hussars, but you make yourself very vulnerable to the spear line doing that, so be careful. I like how Magyar is also up by 9 villagers, too. So he's maintained a slightly better villager gap and a better score by about 1,000, 1k. Oh, he goes into paladins. He's gonna go for paladins. Alright. How's his base looking, by the way? So how many stables you got? You got 3. Okay, he's got 3 stables. You should up your gold economy, though. Do you have any golds in your base? You got gold right here. Throw some more on the gold, then, if you're gonna go paladins. You really, really want to get a lot of them. Is he, queuing them up? Yeah, he's queuing some up here. He's getting the paladin up there here. He's got oh, awesome. You got gold there. This is exactly what you need to do. You need to up your gold income right now. You got the food. You just need more gold. Get those paladins out really, really quickly. Make sure all those stables are working. I know this one can't work because it's researching. That looks like your other 2 stables are working. Good. Good use of that. Now, you're going to have to think of something right away when he switches to pikemen. Because he already has pikemen. He already has them in the group. So, what are you going to do, my friend? Are you going to go skirms? Are you going to go with your cav archers? I would suggest you get skirms in. Skirms are a trash unit. If you're spending this much gold on the knight line, I would want your other unit to be a trash unit. That's what experts say. When you're planning a long-term composition in AoE 2 for your civ, always do a gold unit with the non-gold unit, a trash unit. Kind of like when you eat your meat, they tell you to eat a vegetable with it, so it's not all meat, not all fat. Same thing, it's like a diet thing. So yeah, see, he's going to push onto the trebuchet with his cavaliers. He's definitely going to get it down, but then he loses it. See, this is what I mean. You got an awesome unit, but now you got no way to make it really work, though. Okay, he gets up the halberdier, even worse. And now he just has another trebuchet again. So you lost all those gold units for nothing, son. Yeah. You could even go champions. You could get some champions in there too, because if I remember, don't the Magyars get champions? I thought they did. Get some champions, some very cheap gold costing champions with the paladins. You could push him out with that. And you would technically beat his sword units because, well, his don't cost any gold. You could overpower him with the big mouse early on if they have more stats on him. Okay, he gets the treb out again, and guess what? He's got another one. Yeah, no, this Malay player is playing very smoothly right now. He's constantly putting the pressure on him, constantly bringing in more and more trebuchets, killing his town center. scaring him off of the farms. This is good, because if he sat back, being lazy, let Magyar grow his paladin numbers for free, then he'd have a real threat. But he's constantly forcing him to go after his siege, which keeps making him lose his units. Now, I think in this case, he does break out, does move on, might go to raid him, maybe to divert some attention. So I think he's changing up his game a little bit here. I think he tried to stop to kill off a few karambits there, and it looks like he does branch him off from the group, but sadly, man, you got halberdiers in your base. This is going to be a big threat for your paladin, so you got to do something about this mess now. Let's see if he can. Let's see if he can do something about it. Karambit's great for raiding. Just so many of them, they can just go after everything they touch. Just like that, he's going to start killing his farms, too. So if he does want to rebuild here, now he's going to have less farms to work with and have to spend more wood on it. Because he's not making AR units, Malay just has an easy time just rolling in the halbs again, an easy kill there. Yep, he just does not have enough paladins to make this ever be worth it. This is bad, very bad. You never want to run paladins against halbs. That's like a big no-no. Those anti-cab bonus on them is just unbelievable. So what does he do? He gets a castle, and then he gets the town center back in that spot. Still not down with the elf in the room, which is what do I do about the spear line? What are you going to get? Are you going to get cav archers? Are you going to get skirms? Are you going to get arbalists? I think they get arbalists. You're going to get some sort of siege. I think they get heavy scorps, if I remember correctly, too, and archers and stuff. What is your plan for these spearmen? These very dangerous spearmen. What do you do with the spearmen threat? Do you, seriously. You gotta think of this stuff when you're playing an AoE 2 match. You can't just leave that verbatim. You gotta sort of think of that. Yep. What's worse is that the Malay player has actually moved into the bombard cans now. So now he's going to be able to blast you from long range with these guys. And it's even worse since, unlike trebuchets, bombard cans have perfect accuracy. They shoot in a straight line. They never miss. They never miss. Unless you move units, of course, then they'll miss. But that's a whole other thing. But yeah, no, for a stationary target, bombard cans will always hit them. Right on point. Going in again with these little batches of paladins is just draining and bleeding your gold dry, my friend. The only thing that's keeping him going is the fact that he has just so much gold for the time being that he doesn't even care. He's like, no, let me kill more paladins on the spears. Let's do this, man. Let's send more of our knights to their deaths. And he just keeps doing that again and again. Oh, these three stables without making any sort of alternative unit. No skirms, no heavy cav archers. This is the crying theme of this game, is just, I have all this gold and food and wood, but I'm too dum-dum to, make some. Okay, now he hears me and he's like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of losing all my paladins to the thing that clearly counters them, so I'm finally going to make some archer rages. It's good that you finally woke up and smelled the coffee, because the coffee is getting a little cold at this point. So, let's see what he gets. Does he go the skirms, heavy cav archers? Which one does he go for here? Interestingly enough, he is starting to finally break through, though, because the Malay player is not keeping up with the spearmen. Okay, now he is, but he wasn't for a while, and the paladins were actually starting to overpower him. It's kind of like a weird type of operant conditioning that you're doing to the Magyar player. You're kind of reinforcing his paladin spamming, sadly, because by not keeping up with your spearmen, you're making him think that he's somehow winning by doing that, and clearly he's not. But, yeah. So he does get the elite skirms. This is totally appropriate. Elite skirms have a great bonus against spearline. All you need is those skirms to cut through most of the spears. The halbs. Paladins will kill the rest. So you finally have something to work with. He already has Bracer, so he has all the blacksmith range upgrades, and then he's picking up chemistry from the university too, which is the last bit of tack he can add on to those skirms. Thumbring. Thumbring isn't that great for skirms. It's more or less better for cav archers, foot archers. Those sort of things, like archers, crossbow, arbalists. That's kind of what you would want thumb ring for, but it does have a slight effect on skirms, so it's not a bad thing to do. Alright, so yeah, he's just going to spam a bajillion skirms out. I mean, honestly now, because this is another thing too, which I don't particularly like about Malay's approach. He's really being sluggish. He's being so slow. He clearly had the better Unicom for a while, and he never pressed that advantage. He could have really punished Magyar here for being so dumb by spamming like paladins into your spears. He could have been making a bajillion halberds and just rushing his base in with them, attacking his flank over here. He could have like exploited that. But no. He just gave him time to eventually figure out what to do, and now you're making the job just hard for yourself. Yeah. Now, does Magyar still have gold? Yeah, he's got gold here. Does he have any other golds? No more golds after that, right? Okay, so he's in through all his gold. Is there any other golds? There's one gold up here on the map, though, so... Did dude get any relics? He got 3 relics. Plus he could get this one too, so that would be 4 of the 5 relics on the map. So that'd be about basically 4/5 of the relics on the map. So honestly, Magyar boy not doing too bad right now, because he does actually have long-term gold he could put into some paladins. Now, he can't make a ton of them, but he could continue to run them if he so want. I would say, once again, the real late game, you start burning through all that gold. Eventually, you're just going to want to use that gold for siege. But if you really wanted to go paladins with your skirms, you could sort of do that, yeah. Okay, but now things are a little bit different, because now at least he's got some skirms, but he's not using them. He's not using them. He's having them pull back. Dude's messing up his micro a bit. He's going for a raid on his goal. Okay, he kills 1. Kills 2. He's going to get 3. And now he gets run into the spearman. Okay, so he does kill that gold mine, though, which is not bad. He got the objective done, but, you know, he's still taking a ton of losses. But I'll give you credit where credit's due that you're at least getting something done. Okay, he gets the Treb down, and he should be able to kill Karambits easily with these paladins. Okay, so somehow he's making it work, because Malay is just being really slow, not efficient with his army, and not responding in enough time. He's just giving the floor to the Magyar player just to overpower his stuff. Because if he had help so that long ahead of his opponent and stuff, he should have had so many helps that this wouldn't even be happening. Because even though Magyar player is going skirms, he's just starting to queue them up now. I'm looking up to the side here. He's just starting to queue them up now. For the longest time, he only had like 5 or 6 skirms. If you have like 100, 120 halbs, skirms aren't going to stop them from killing his paladins. You would have been fine. And then you could have like pushed his base with the Treb, and then you'd be all set. Or at least mostly all set, and then maybe you would throw in your Karambits with that, or maybe your longswords with that. Yeah, what happened to that too? He never upgraded his longswords into the two-handed sword to take full advantage of the castle tech bonus. That to me is a little sus as well, because he could have mixed in those longswords with the halberds, and then he could have killed the buildings even faster. And that would have been even better for him, so I don't know what he's thinking with that one. That one definitely needs to be rethought of a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so you got, he's just going to keep spamming paladins with skirms, and now he's actually making some okay numbers of them too, so somehow this is pushing in the Magyar player's favor, but it shouldn't have. Magyar just made so many mistakes with his army that really, if this was any other player, they would have had a lot of halbs out right away, and you would have been squashed doing that. You would have had to learn pretty quickly to get those skirms. But because this player was kind of passive, just hanging out near his Treb, letting the Treb do all the work. He just gave him time to eventually adapt. So, in a way, this was a great lesson for the Magyar player, because he basically is learning to adapt, right? He's learning to adapt, how to make better unicomps, because his opponent was so slow with him, he eventually was able to, think that out. which is great, you know. He's clearly learning something. Double castle. A double castle right here. I don't think you need double castle here, though. Double castle is a little, you know, excessive, because you really want your castles to be protecting your resources. I think you really need a castle, like, I don't know, do you really need one here? No. Maybe one over here, because you still gotta, I don't know. I mean, he is technically covered, so I can't complain. But still, I would have liked if you saved that stone for, like, maybe repairing the castles you do have there. That would have been good. Because see, what's happened now is he just breaks through, and then he resigns. Yeah. Very strange indeed. Why didn't you just put a stone wall up, by the way? You could have, like, stonewalled there and something and, like, protected the area. Because this is the thing that bars me. He still had resources, that melee player. So, why didn't he just do more helps? Just group them up. Maybe throw in some battle elephants. Maybe throw in some of those trashy longswordsmen and just get it done. Get her done. I don't know why he did that, but it is what it is, you know. Can't always judge players for what they do, you know. Obviously, this was a 700 ELO game. Definitely nowhere near, like, 1K. So, yep. You're going to run into these things with the lower ELO games. But honestly, it's a good learning lesson for you if you're in that ballpark or even lower. Because then you can see, okay, this is what I got to do. And that is sort of a known, like, fact for AoE 2 players. Depending on what ELO you are, they usually have their own sets of skills to learn. For people that are below 1K ELO, they are, like, very, very basic. And they're just still learning, you know, sometimes the fundamentals, but also learning how much units I need to actually win a game. Because to them, they feel like they sometimes just play the campaigns, and they're like, oh yeah, I don't have to do a lot. I just have to, you know... Okay, this would be a good one. This would be Polish and Mongols, right? Awesome. Cool, let's check that one out now. But yeah, as I was saying, essentially with these lower ELO games, people don't quite know because they've only played the campaigns probably. They think, oh, if I just make a couple of this and a couple of that, that's enough to win the match. But in reality, when you're in like a real AoE 2 match, competitive, you gotta make as much stuff as you can very quickly. Your combi needs to be on top, you need to have a good score, you gotta have tons and tons of units, constantly pouring them in. You know, if you have to control group the buildings just to make sure they're still trading, you gotta do that, and yeah, it's very challenging. So, yeah. Understandable, though. Understandable. Alright, it says it's a 90-second delay, right? We're about almost 30 seconds in, and we can start. This should be pretty nice. Yep, absolutely. I keep getting pinged by that Kyber server for Star Wars. Wow. Interesting. They're always doing lobbies there, which I like. It's good that they're keeping the Battlefront 2 game on EA alive. Absolutely. If you didn't know, I always play some Star Wars Battlefront 2 as part of almost every stream I do here nowadays. And it's a pretty nice addition to my regular programming, for sure. Because that way it shows you I'm not only into RTS, I play other stuff. I play Star Wars, I play various Hololive and Nintendo games and stuff. It's pretty cool. Try to liven it up a little bit when I can. Okay, we're loading into it now, and here we go. Right away. So, we got red here as the Mongols, and then we got blue as the Poles. Yep. So it looks like red has an ELO of like 994. I can't tell if that's ELO because he plays a lot of ranked or, he just hasn't played a lot yet. So that doesn't necessarily mean that he's a skilled player. That could just mean, he's a new player to the game and he just like lost a minute match against a player of his similar. Or maybe even a higher ELO and it just barely affected him. Because that's the thing. In an ELO system, when you have a player that's like Viper level ELO and you're facing him as like a little newbie like that, it only ticks your score by like 5 or 6 points. But if you lose to someone that's way underneath you, then you'll go down by like over 100 points maybe, or something crazy. So yeah. So this could be another low ELO Legends match. You don't know. Just saying. And they could be great players too, because just because your ELO doesn't look a certain way, it could mean that they are mostly just casual players and they decide to just play a more ranked game or something. So you don't know exactly. There's always things. So always give people the benefit of the doubt that they can pull something crazy on you. You know, it's just like chess. Never underestimate your opponents in chess, and never underestimate your opponents in an RTS game, because they can always be much more skilled than you give them credit for. Just because they don't like to play in the ELO system doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that they just don't play ranked mode that much, but they could still be a monster like on unranked. Yeah, totally. Alright, so it looks like Blue just picked up his loom, so he doesn't lose any vills to the Little Miss Piggies, which I think is totally fine. Because they'll go wee all the way into your village's flesh if you're not careful. Wow, a lot of houses there by Blue. Look at all those houses, man. He's got 2, he's got a 3rd house, 4th house. He's getting a lot of vills, a lot of pop space right there, wow. A little early to be getting all those houses, though. Typically, you're going to want to keep that wood around to get a lumber camp and then a mill. Let's see if he knows how to do that or not. Maybe he doesn't. I can hear people outside listening to a Little League baseball game, because we live near a park area. So while I'm commentating these events, somebody's literally commentating an event right across the woods. So yeah, everybody's casting something today, I guess. Yeah. Look at all those vills on the board. Very, very nice. Just keep eating that oink wrap. Very, very good. And what's going on over here? It looks like a Mongols building a barracks right there. Very, very good. And yep, looks like Mongols going to build another house right next to the barracks. Again, this is how you kind of want to wall up your bases in AoE 2. Try to stack your buildings in a big line, particularly in Arabia. So that way you can have a bit of a wall of protection, and you kind of force your enemy to break through those buildings if they want to get to your vills in that particular area. It's very good. It's pretty normal, too, for Mongols to want to get their barracks up this early, since Mongols are naturally a very, very aggressive civ. A very, very aggressive civ. So typically Mongols are going to see something like a scout rush, maybe an archer rush. And then right out of the gate okay, so he's going to go men-at-arms archers. See, this is what you do as part of a men-at-arms archer push. So starting in the Dark Age, you're going to pump out your militia, typically like 3 of them. So that way you have enough gold left over to get the men-at-arms upgrade, which, if I remember correctly, is what, like 100 food, 40 gold, right? That's right. And then once he gets enough militia, then, you know, pick up the men-at-arms upgrade once you hit feudal, and then you follow it up with some archers. Yeah. Because I would assume you would get an archery range right away, right out of the gate as Mongols and feudal. Because typically what you go for as Mongols and Castle Age is the cav archers. Because the cav archers for Mongols shoot faster, so that's one of their civ bonuses, is faster shooting cav archers. So that's definitely something he would probably want to, you know, play into as part of his advantage, yeah. Okay, good. Looks like the Polish player has his full work up as well. This is the unique mill building of the Polish, if you didn't know. Yep. Also, I kind of wanted to review the Polish civ bonuses as well, since I'm kind of a bit forgetful of them. Okay, so it looks like Bloodline cav units upgrades cost 50% less. Stone miners generate gold while working on stone. Villagers regenerate HP, and the full work replaces the mill. What does the full work do again? I just want to check this really quickly. The full work, unique bill in the pool, use the deposit food and research farming. Immediately collects 10% of food from nearby constructed farms and provides 5 pop. Build near forage bushes to gather food power. Ah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay, see, yep. Looks like his men-at-arms archer push is already pressing into his base. See that? Did a bit of damage, and now he's cutting away his full arc right now. So, yep. This is the advantage of going with a bit of a men-at-arms push in the feudal age, is you kind of throw your enemy for a loop if you can do it correctly, right? So obviously it looks like the Polish player is going to get a barracks up. Wait a second. The Polish player didn't even click up the feudal yet. I just noticed that. Boy, is he going to have a problem. He's going after him with villagers. Okay, so this guy might really be a little legend right here. Look at that. Doesn't even know to click up by this point, you know? Is he going to just throw them? Yeah, see, he's throwing all his vills on the berries, even though I don't think they have enough. There's enough hitbox here for them to do that. Should be a bit troublesome, totally. What else? Okay, so he's getting some farms early. Typically, you want to eat your little Miss Piggies first, at least, before you consider farms, because if you don't do that, you're going to burn through your wood early on, and then you won't be able to build other buildings, like, say, an archery range, to be able to fight the men-at-arms with, right? He is getting some militia, though, but unfortunately, militia don't do very much against men-at-arms. Or archers, for that matter, because this is what I said Mongol player was going to do. He's going to go men-at-arms archers. You get that militia into men-at-arms push early, and then you follow up with archers in the back to be sort of their support and to help him kill the vills quicker. And he's going to kill his little Miss Piggy over there, too, so he can't use him. Very good play by the Mongol player, actually. That's really smart. So, Winker's over there. Taking to take away a source of food. Not that he's eating them anyways. He's not even eating his boars. Alright, what is that? A stone mine there. Just gonna put on the stone. Not gonna get much done until the second age if you want to put a tower up or something. So, I don't know what he's going for there, but could be slightly interesting. I did tell you we were gonna just, like, cast random people tonight, too, by the way. So, you might get, like, Viper level people, you might get these people. Or this dude, or you just don't know. Alright, so it looks like the archers are already pelting into the vills. This should be an easy raid here for Mongol player. He's got the men-at-arms to attack the lumber camp, archers to kill the vills. Good synergy. Overall, this should work pretty good. Alright, Bill's gonna get forced back. Bill's gonna retreat. Archers are gonna blast into... Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Finally clicks up the feudal. Wondered when you'd show up. Now he's eating some of the chickens. That's good. He's getting some hunted meat in, but he's going to be hunted just like the chickens now. Yeah, exactly, because now you got the archers shooting at your villages as they were a bunch of pieces of meat. chasing the archers and man-at-arms with all his villagers. Too bad he doesn't have the supremacy technology research as the Spanish, or else he would be doing pretty good right now. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, he resigns. Just as he clicks up the feudal, he resigns. That was a little funny. Let's find another one, though. Let's see if we can find a better battle than that. Not that I didn't mind. I thought it was pretty hilarious. I hope you did too. What do we got? We got a Lithuanian versus Magyar. Let's try that one. We got 2 sort of cavalry civs there. That could be pretty cool. It's only a 75-second delay, so we won't have to wait as long for this one, thankfully. But yeah, no. Lithuanians are pretty neat. I like how they basically give their knights and lightest more attack for every relic that they collect, so they almost reward you tenfold for actually playing into monks early in Castle Age to get those relics. So yeah, Lithuanians, very fascinating civ. Obviously, they get a cool castle tech, the Tower Shield too, to add some good durability to their skirms and spearmen, so their trash units aren't bad either. So yeah, no, the Lithuanians, pretty fun civ to play. Can't quite remember what their other bonuses are, though, besides the relic one and then the Tower Shield. I know the Loidus is pretty good because it ignores armor. That's what makes the Loidus, legendary as a castle unit. It's like, you know what? I don't care if you're a Teutonic Knight. I don't care that you're a Boyar. I don't care that you have melee armor. I'm just going to cut right through that. Bada bing, bada boom. It's a very strong thing in that regard. Can basically punish anything that relies on its melee armor. So yeah, again, like Teutonic Knights, Boyars, that sort of stuff. It's like, oh my god, I got so much melee armor, you won't be able to break through me. White is like, yeah, I don't care. She just melt right through you. But yeah, no, looks like we're loading now. Should be loading in a second. Come on, Open Age. Open the game, Open Age. Open Sesame. Open Sesame Street. Alright, so here we are. We got blue is Lithuanians. We got red is the Magyars. Very nice. So, house is over here. And where's the LOs? So, the LOs are around 1k. So, it looks like they both play ranked. You can tell. So, obviously, we're not dealing with Vipers or Winchesters or MBLs today. But, they definitely participate in ranked. And they are at least able to stay around the 1k mark that they start out in. Lag. No. Yes. Actually, do I know this guy Raptor? He seems really familiar. I kind of remember this dude, at least from the way his name is spelled out with the letters and stuff. He kind of rings a bell with me, actually. So yeah, we'll have to see if we know him at all. Right? For sure. Each town center provides 100 food. I didn't know that fact about the Lithuanians. That's pretty good. And then town centers can get +3 range with the hill forts, tech at the castle. Monasteries work faster. See, that plays right into their whole relic bonus for the knights and the Loidus. They got monasteries that can train the monks quicker in the castle age, so they can be the first ones out on the ground grabbing the relics and ensuring that their late game heavy cavalry actually does more damage. So, pretty decent, actually. Pretty decent. Yeah, 100%. Very, very nice. Let's see what else we can get here, too. I can hear people cheering in the back. Woohoo! It's just a baseball game, man. There's nothing on it that you can't do in AoE2. AoE2 does it better, man. Totally. Alright, so, yep, looks like Magyar has 3 on wood. How about the, same thing for Lithuanians. Very good. If you're a more skilled player and more experienced, you can actually choose, depending on your civ and strategy, how many builds you do put onto the wood. If it's going to be 3 or 4. I think some people even... Do people put 5 onto wood ever? I don't think they put 5. It's always like 3 or 4, unless you're like some crazy civ bonus civ, yeah. But like the Gujaras or something. It gets the weird berry bushes and the sheep that you hide in the mill and everything, yeah. Alright, so yep, looks like he's got his little Miss Piggy over here. He's bringing in another turkey. Another gobbler. Ooh. Yep, there you go, got a turkey. Kind of looks like a peacock because of the color on the feathers. Doesn't quite look like a turkey. But you can kind of tell that it is a turkey, too, when you look at the icon down there, yeah. Alright, and any boar? Yep. So these players definitely know the basics of the game, which is really nice. So they definitely should begin to feudal each at a decent time. Yep, definitely. I don't know, like, I think in this matchup, depending on how they play, I think what we'll see is we'll see, like, a lot of Loitas and stuff from the Lithuania player, possibly, again, Cavaliers, Paladins, possibly. But two, if they want to go Skirms and Spearmen, those will have some nice bonuses, like the movement speed bonus, plus the one at the castles. Yeah, no, would be very nice indeed. And yeah, whereas Magyars, I think they're going to play more into Magyar Hussar. Could play Paladin like the Magyar guy we saw before. Or they could go with the heavy Cav Archers because that recurve bow castle tech, that's another option. So, different ways of doing things, basically. They even get decent barracks, too, if I remember correctly, yeah. I mean, they're missing, like, the last barracks armor upgrade for the infantry, but they got at least two of them. So, if you wanted to run infantry as the Magyars, I guess you could. I think it's kind of a nod and a wink to the Magyar Grenadiers, right? Because everybody always assumes, oh yeah, the Magyars are from Central Asia, they're related to the Turks and the Mongols, so I guess they would kind of just be an old cavalry suit. Not necessarily, you know, if you know anything about 18th, 19th century Europe, the Hungarians and the Magyars, you know, the one and the same, fielded some pretty good grenadiers, you know, very elite ones. So they weren't just good on horseback as hussars, they were good as grenadiers too on the ground with their muskets and their explosives, yeah, and their bayonets. Alright, looks like they both clicked up the feudal. Pretty close too, only off by like 6 seconds apiece, so they're pretty even-steven right now on that regard. Any early barracks from anyone yet, or nope? It's gonna put a mill right. I don't know about this. This is Raptor's mill? What? Yeah. What is he doing, man? Is he gonna go for a tower rush? Is he gonna get a tower rush here? What is he going for? He's gonna build a mill right in his opponent's base to grab his chickens. What kind of stuff is he thinking of here? What are you gonna do with that? That's an interesting idea. I wonder if he's gonna go for a tower rush, possibly. Seems like the kind of thing I would do. You know, typically when you see somebody throw that many vills forward in Dark Age, that means they're going for a tower rush. They're going to put a tower rush probably on this gold right here. And then, like, stonewall them so they can't get any gold. And then you put one right here on the wood line. You could even put the tower, like, right here. So you got the elevation, you get the wood line, you get the gold line, and then you just drive them mad. And then you force them onto this wood line, and you know, you could come around and put another tower, like, here on the stone, and then they'd be completely surrounded, yeah. Okay, see, what he does is he pulls back, builds a stable. Or he has a barracks over here. He's just going to run out some militia right now. If you're going to go for that, get some men on. Oh, wait, nope. Okay, he got loom, too, so unfortunately, Oh, he's attacking him with, like, a single militia. That's stupid, man. See, militia, up the best thing to try to kill Vils with. If you're gonna go after Vils with militia, you need at least, like, 3 to 5 of them. If you send one in at a time, you're actually punishing yourself, because you burn through your own food and gold, and you're... Yeah, like, wait till the scouts come out. Go with your scouts. Okay, so it does look like the Magyar player does build a stable in his base with that mill. Very aggressive play, mind you. A very unorthodox play, I should say. Okay, so Blue was actually the one that was going for a tower here. And guess what? He's gonna poke it with both the scouts and the Vils. He's throwing all his Vils onto this tower now. What is this? What is this? The problem is, though, he doesn't have enough stone for another one, so he can't, like, cover it with, like, another tower. And you don't get murder holes until Fortress Age. Or I should say Castle Age, so it's not like he can shoot underneath them right now. I mean, he will get a few of them right now, just because I think Red's like, okay, he's going to continue to attack. Okay, so this is working in Blue's favor now, because now he can just kill all the vills that he's mindlessly trying to stab at his tower with. And then he has the tower there to shoot a bit at the scout, and then if he's smart, he can get... Okay, he's gotten a Spearman too. Okay, Spearman's good, because now he's going for a scout rush, right? Yep. Yep, just run that, Spearman and his scout. Okay, very good. Yeah, looks like he somehow survives that. Most unorthodox defense you could ever do, but it ended up working somehow. So you gotta give the game credit where credit is due. And it looks like he can't go with any scout rushing anymore, because obviously he's got a Spearman at this point. How's the Vills looking? So, at the end of the day... Looks like while he has slightly less resources, he's still somehow 2 vills ahead of his opponent still. So not only did he survive that encounter and that crazy push, scout rush in his base with this forward stable, but he actually still head by 2 villagers. That's like crazy. I mean, I give him credit for defending that. That was not easy, right? Definitely not. So now he's got a scout over here. Why is he still doing... Is he doing that to scout him out or something? Like, there's no point in pushing this anymore. You know, he's already got 2 spearmen. You would need at least, like, a good stack of, like, 4 or 5 scouts with upgrades and stuff to even do this. So, yeah. Not looking good, my friend. You definitely gotta do something about that. Big time. Definitely gotta... You know, bolster your defenses, as they say. I see. See, he needs to get these vills out of the tower, too. Like, once the threat is gone, get your vills out of the tower and start working again. Make those vills count. And I don't know how he got behind in villagers either. Like, what's going on, dude? You gotta keep clicking up your vills at the town center, man. You just gotta do that. You know, you guys gotta do that. Unless he was behind on a house or something. Like... How did you have like a 2-villager gap ahead of him, and now you're just barely ahead by sort of like 0.01 or something? It's crazy. Yeah, see, that's one of the things I think that frustrates a lot of people about AoE 2 is it's not like AoE 3 where houses give you like 10 pop and you have a lot of time to like get that house done. Here you kind of have to constantly be building houses like all the time around the clock. Because if you like get out of the rhythm of it, you just get house, then you fall behind in your bill numbers and your military, and then you're dead. So, yeah, AoE 2 does force the player to be a bit more engaged, I think, than AoE 3 and Age of Mythology do. I can't quite recall how AoE 4 is. Is AoE 4 like AoE 2 in terms of its enforcement of that stuff, or is it a little bit more lenient? I know AoE 1 is a stickler as well, so... You do need to be careful of those tiles when it comes to constantly having to build houses and everything. Alright. He's got his blacksmith here, and he got forging. Forging was actually the right tech to get, by the way, for the scout. So when you think you might have to do a spearman, you do want to get forging and not the armor one, because forging gives you enough tack to actually kill the spearman before it kills you, whereas armor has like no effect at all and your scouts still die. So that was a good pick on his part for that. Looks like, though, Magyar player will have the advantage for Castle Age, even though it looks like the Lithuania player is maintaining the Vil number advantage again just because he is not clicked up yet. Yeah, it's the only reason. He should be clicking up now, though. Yeah, it looks like he's kind of going in that direction, sort of. Is he going to click up? Does he have the buildings to click up? Let me look. He's got barracks, stable, no blacksmith. He's going to get a market. Okay, he's going to get a market. Once he gets a market, he can click up. I'm surprised he didn't get a blacksmith or something earlier, or a market or something. But again, I guess because he lost the Vils, he's probably a bit jumbled up because of that. He probably didn't think of that, which is totally understandable with that ELO. Yeah, if it was like a 2K ELO person doing that, I'd be shaking my head. But since I know he's around the 1K mark, it's like, yeah, whatever, you know. Kind of about average or below, slightly below average, so you can definitely give him some leniency there based on his ranking. Well, at least he's getting ready for Castle Age, you know, and at least he's, you know, been kind of keeping his... Okay, clicks up now. Gets his first armor upgrade at the black... He just gets a blacksmith now. As you can see, yeah. Gets one right here. He's going to get his armor upgrade on the cavalry. So he is probably going to play more in the knights and Loitus, I would assume. Yep. I think this is an Age of Empires 3 player, now that I think about it. I remember this guy. I think I played with him in Arena or something. Do you remember this guy from Arena or Woloseum or whatever? This guy seems really familiar to me, Raptor. Very familiar to me. Rings a bell. I thought he was pretty decent at AoE3, so he's probably going to do pretty good here once he gets his stuff underway, yeah. Okay, so Magyar opens Knights. That's a pretty good play for Magyars, going Knights. You know, Knights are very flexible, you can do a lot. You can kill archers, you can kill Vils, Siege, other cavalry. The only things you don't want to run Knights into is Spearmen, Camels, and probably Elephants, too. Those are the three things you don't want to throw them into. Anything else, Knights can probably do something good about. With numbers, obviously. So, yeah. Knights are just like raw pieces of horse flesh and armor. They just get a lot done in speed. Oh, okay, it looks like Lithuania's getting fletching. Where's he going to get done with fletching? Okay, he's also going to go Knights. I see him just queued up 6 Knights. The corner there to 5. Okay, he takes it back. He's like, no, I just want... Why is he picking up Husbandry first? Okay. I mean, it's not a bad play. Husbandry does give you a speed advantage, so you can zip in and out easier. I should have checked if Magyar got Husbandry, too. That's one thing I wish I was looking at. I wish it would show Husbandry up here. It shows Bloodlines, but it doesn't show Husbandry. I just wish it would just show more of the text up there so we could look at them easier. It shows mostly just all the primary stuff, yeah. So you're like wood, your mill, and yeah. Okay, so he's at about 9 Knights. But Blue is going to be coming around with Spearmen, Knights, and some Scouts. He's got the tower there still, too. It's not going to make a huge difference. Okay, so he fights right into the nearest Knight. He's got good little sneaky play there. He is being chased, though. Now, I think in this case, you're just going to be able to scout a bit. I don't think you're going to get anything done, so you might just want to pull out of there. Right. Okay, so he does decide to, yeah. He's going to nip at his market, but it's like, dude. You know, he's going to come right... Don't do that. He's going to come right... And then he gate... Why do you do that? Like, don't engage until you're ready, man. Because now you're dealing with a pretty close to equal number of knights. Plus, he's got spearmen mixed in, so he's gonna kill you faster. He's gonna thrust right through you there with the spearmen. See, he's taking a lot of losses there, man. Wow. He still wins the fight. Does he win it? No, he does not. He barely loses it. I'm surprised. Like, still though, I wouldn't have taken that fight. I mean, he's very lucky that he basically made it work out evenly, though. Well, not quite, because at the end of the day, Lithuania had less knights, so really the Magyar player lost a lot more gold from that engagement, which is the unfortunate thing. So yeah. But yeah, I think hopefully now he realizes he has to kind of pull out, because now the Lithuanian player does have more knights. Does have more knights right now. And yeah, just wait till he gets a monastery up. Once he gets a monastery up, starts picking up relics, then these knights are going to have extra attack. So you're definitely going to want to make sure you pick and plan your fights when it gets to that point against the Lithuanians, yeah. Looks like Magyars comes over here with some knights. He's got some spearmen again. Magyar has his monk over there. He's being responsible. He knows, like, I really don't want these Lithuanians getting extra attack on their knights and loiters through the. Don't really want them getting extra attack through collecting the relics as part of their Sid bonus. So I'm going to steal his relics before he can do that. He's trying to Wololo his knight, but he kills him. Good for the Lithuanian player. Losing a knight is always very frustrating in the middle of a battle, because then they can use that knight against you. Okay, he also wins the battle, because now he has some spearmen mixed in with his knights, so he kind of learned a bit from the Lithuanian players, like, you know what? I'm going to throw some spearmen in with my knights, so I can kill your knights. And have more of my knights left over to do more stuff. But it's not that simple, because now Lithuania's like, you know what? If you were so smart to learn to mix spearmen in with your knights, I'm just going to upgrade my spearmen into pikemen so that my pikemen rip through your knights faster and I win the fight on my end. So it's like a sort of a tit-for-tat sort of thing. Magyar guy has another monk. He attempts to Wololo on his knight, and he gets him. Wololo! He gets his knight. Just converted him. So now he's got an extra knight to work with now. And now, Lithuania is down 75 gold without that knight. Oh man, look at those pikards go. Yeah. He also goes in the cav archers, which again, another good unit for the Magyars. Since in Imperial Age you get that technology, the recurve bow to add more attack and range onto the cav archers, giving them the same range as the Arbalaster, which normally has a +1 range advantage over the cav archers, but not in this case with the Magyars. Not only that, Magyars have fully upgraded cav archers. They get the bloodlines, they get the husbandry, they get all the blacksmith techs, they even get party and tactics, which not a lot of civs get, but they get them. So if you're going to run cav archers, do it with the Magyars. Just as good as Mongol or Hun cav archers by far. Alright. At this rate, let's see how it goes. I mean, technically right now the Lithuanian has more pikemen though. So unless he does some... Okay, he's going to try to Wololo another knight and he does it successfully. That was a quicker conversion. So now he has another knight under his belt. Now has some cav archers to maybe shoot some of his pikemen with. And now he's got the pikemen cutting into his cav archers, and he might lose some of them now. Okay, he's gonna have to pull out now, though. He doesn't have a choice. Like, honestly, though, this could be a concern later. I am gonna give some caution to this tale. Going with 2 gold units is usually a bad idea. Because in the long haul, Lithuania player is going to have more. Lithuania player is going to have more gold to work with because he's going with the trash unit and he's saving more of his gold. Whereas the Magyar player is burning through his gold and the cav archers in. Whereas Lithuania player is going to be saving his gold because he's going with pikemen to gain his edge against the other cavalry. And statistically, pikemen are going to be a much better complement to knights when fighting other knights than, say, cav archers is. Because cav archers, while they can do more damage in the back and stuff, and certainly once you start really massing them up, they might make a bit of a difference. Pikemen have a built-in bonus against cavalry. So not only are they the more affordable unit that saves your gold, they're the better unit to just do the damage anyways. So really, Lithuania's choice to go in with this pikeman here is great. Plus, as Lithuanians, you get the Sid bonus where the pikemen move faster too, so they'll actually be able to respond better micro-wise in the battle too against the enemy, which is really good as well, yeah. Okay, so it looks like right now Lithuania has 1 relic, so this means that now his knights have +1 attack from that, right? And it stacks about 4 times too, so you can get up to like +4 attack on both your Nightline and your Loitus. You can get up to like 4 relics. So let's see if we can like maybe find another relic somewhere. There's one right over here which isn't too far away. If he takes his pikeman up here, he might find that one and get that one. And then he can get another plus attack on his Knights and Loitus, and that could help him out even further. Yeah. Be very, very good for him. Okay. Ooh, nice forward castle there by Magyar. I would suggest you put the castle up here, because this is the highest elevation. You'll get the most range damage down on your opponents if you put the castle up here. What? Why are you putting it that close? He's right here. Why did you move your castle into his army, man? It's crazy. Why would you do that? Do that? Unbelievable, dude. Wow. Crazy. Okay, so, yep, he's got the cav archers here now, with his knights. Looks like the cav archer's doing an okay job shooting through his knights, but problem is now the Lithuania player has also added in skirms. So really, the Lithuania player is making some really sound calls here, while Magyar player doesn't seem to remember that you don't have unlimited gold in Age of Empires 2, just go and blatantly cav archer knight. Lithuania does a good job playing into his Sid bonus of the faster moving skirms and spearmen, and effectively saving his gold, since the only thing he's burned through the gold on is the knights, whereas the rest of his gold is safely saved for more knights, so that he can back him up with both pikemen and skirms, right? Alright, so it looks like now he is able to scare away the Lithuanian for now. He's going to build an even more forward castle. Yep, the castle's going up right now. He sends a lot of vills over here to do it. Let's see how Lithuania responds. Can he stop the castle? I don't think he can stop it. He could kill some of the vills, though. Offset the vill number slightly here. Looks like he is going to kill some of the vills, but he's not going to be able to stop it because the Magyar player just sent like such a commitment to vills here that he is going to get that castle out, and then he's just going to garrison him inside the castle, right? Yep, okay. Well, he gets that done. Now, Mr. Lithuania, you do need to back up. Build a castle of your own to counter his, and then obviously start working some threads in and getting that done, right? Okay, so it looks like Lithuania has a lot more food. That's for sure, he has a lot more food. Also, I would like to check too, does Magyar have any relics? He does not yet. Any new relics for Lithuania player? Yes, he's got 2 relics, so now his knights are up by +2 attack. That is even better for him. Really good for him. Okay, so Lithuania player does have the stone to get his own castle, and he's going to play it right here. He's got less villas to do it, but honestly, because he's got his army over there, Magyar player is not going to counter that. He's just not. Now, one thing to watch out for is the fact that the, it looks like the, Magyar player has more gold, though, so I'm trying to see who's going to get to Imperial Age first and be able to start lobbing who with trebuchets. Because that's what matters at this stage, because we clearly know they both got their castles out. Who's going to get the first treb? And who's going to be able to afford additional trebs, just keep the siege push going on the other player's castle. Now this is tough, because you've got the castle right up against his base like that. He can just take his knights and start cutting into his stable and threaten his economy. Oh man, that's a little frustrating. So he's gonna try to respond to this, it looks like. Can he really respond to it though? Not really. He really can. I mean, the best he can do is try to have some more barracks up here, have some pikemen in that area to stop whatever pushes through, but... Okay, so Magyar does click up to Imperial first. That's a great advantage for him. He's going to be able to get thread very quickly. Alright, I would like to see Mr. Lithuania here to trade some of his stuff for gold, so that he can get his Imperial Age going. Because you gotta get your Imperial Age going, you know? And start doing more pikemen too. More pikemen, more skirms. You might even be able to just stop doing knights altogether and just go full trash at this point. Just cap on the fact that the Iron Man's making so many knights. Save that gold for trebuchets, you know? It might be a decent play. You don't know. Got the market down there. Get that trade going. Okay, he's not making the military he needs. He's not making the things he needs to survive. He's not clicking up. Magyar comes in with the bigger batch of knights, and now he's gone through his farms right now. He's gone through his farms. Totally devastating right now. I just don't know what's going on, brother. Like, where you at? Are you okay, man? You doing okay? Doing fine? Oh man, no, he's taking a lot of losses. Lithuania built a castle in the back now. I mean, honestly, considering your current situation, this might be really good for him, because he's obviously going to lose his castle in the front. Because he's not clicking up yet to get his own trebuchet, so the fight for this castle here is going to be very brief and quick, as soon as he starts lobbing out the trebs. Yeah, I mean, he's going to at least get 1 treb, that's guaranteed. He's going to get like 1 trebuchet out, that's definitely happening. He's probably going to get the second one out quickly too. So let's see, he's gonna get his first, yep, right on the dot, he's on top of things, he's getting his trebuchet out. Lithuania again, ballistics, accuracy on his skirms and castle and stuff. Okay, you're gonna click up to Imperial Man, or what did he just spend on? I noticed he, yeah, okay, I was like, don't tell me you're gonna spend on weird military and stuff. That would be kind of devastating, man, if you did that. Tell me about it. I would be like, dude, that's not good. This. Tontone Galento? Oh yeah, hopefully you're enjoying the show, man. Trying my best over here with this stuff. Lithuania capitulates as soon as he sees the first trip. I had a feeling something like that might happen. I kind of did. I kind of had a feeling that was going to happen, so... Call me Nostradamus, predictor of, you know, Armageddon or whatever. I kind of had the feeling as soon as he saw Trebs, he was going to chicken out. And he did. Oh, okay. So what I can say is, in general, both players really need to work on some skills. I think right away the Lithuanian player was very lucrative with his military, but he just did not keep up with the long-term sustenance stuff. You know, moving some vills over to gold, again, the Imperial Age going... I frankly think he could have stopped knight production altogether once he knew his opponent was going Cav Archers, Knight. Yeah, because honestly, if I knew a player was going Cav Archer Knight like that and nothing else, just plain that, you could just go full Pikeman Skirm and punish both of the gold units and just bleed him dry of gold. Save that gold up, get to Imperial Age, get some treads, then start getting Loidus at the castle, right? The cavalry that actually cuts through armor, ignores armor. And then you would have had a great combination, yeah. Because what's better than knights? Loidus with relics backing up their attack to just ignore their armor and kill through their stuff quickly, while you have a nice supporting army of fast-moving trash units, and the siege behind it to do the work. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was pretty good though. I didn't think it was a bad game by any means. Let's find another one though. What we got? What we got here? We got Hindustanis versus Cumans. I might want to see that one. Those are two very fascinating civs that I like quite a bit. Hindustanis and Cumans. Hindustanis used to be just called Indians back in the day, and then they had their good old Indian Dynasties of India DLC, and then India was no longer India. There was multiple states like the Dravidians, Gujaras, and whatnot. So, yep, Hindustanis are kind of like the old India Civ, right? Whereas Cumans, one of the Civs first released with AoE 2D, the Khans DLC, yep. So yeah, essentially, Cumans are a pretty fascinating civ, mainly because they can actually build battering rams in Age 2 in the Feudal Age. Yeah, they can get battering rams, Siege Workshop, and battering rams in the Feudal Age. They can also build a second town center in the Feudal Age too, but it takes like extra time to build though. So, Cumans, if they want to, can play very heavily into early game Feudal Age gameplay, just using battering rams to kill your buildings, and then having a second town center they eventually get to overwhelm you in villagers. But of course, this is AoE 2. Fast Castle is such a popular build that doesn't always guarantee that you're going to get to use that bonus, but yeah, it's a fascinating thing when it can make it work. Yep, so we got the Cuman player on the left here, and we got the Hindustani on the right. So I'm trying to look, what's the other bonuses the Cumans get besides the interesting stuff? Archer engine stables cost 75, less wood, mountain units move faster depending on what age you're in. And then of course they get the castle tech to have the cav archers, step lancers, and scout line train faster too. Yeah, pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I think they're the only... I'm trying to remember. I think they're the only civ that has paladins, step lancers, and hussars, but also still somehow has camels. I think they're the only civ that gets camels that doesn't get heavy camels. That's like one of their interesting tidbits. Totally. So yeah. And what about the other guys, real quick? Was there any like Hindustani bonuses? I forget. I think I know most of them. I know about the caravanserai. I know about the gunpowder having more armor. Their hand cannoneers get more range. I knew that from the castle. Grand Trunk Road improves their gold income. Camels attack faster, and then Vills cost cheaper with every age up. Yeah, so yeah, but I remember that since I've been playing with them in AoE 2 HD edition. Yeah, totally. Trying to click up in Discord, and I was pressing the wrong key, pressing the shift key. So what am I doing, Willis? I don't know. Okay, so here we go. Rhino. So you got your first. Okay, Zian is war. Are you gonna eat the rhino first, man? You know the rhino's just bleeding there. You gotta eat him. Alright, so 10 builds, 10 builds. Yeah, it's really hard to tell early on. Like, what's ELOs, by the way? It's 852 on the blue player, 779 on the red. We might see battering rams in the second town center today for Kumans, just because they're low ELO players and they might be thinking more early game. But I would definitely say for more like higher echelon players, your 2K ELOs, your survivalist type people, they're gonna definitely be looking more in the direction of Fast Castle and not falling into that trap of having a prolonged feudal age where battering rams in the second town center would, oh my god. Because I used to think like that back in the day before I had a computer that could run AoE 2D and I was hearing about the Kumans for the first time. I was like, it sounds pretty scary. It seems like they'd almost might be the best civ in the world because they just build a battering ram and just start ramming your town center, and then you realize, like, oh no. Get a good fast castle and you can parse that quickly. So it's like, it's probably more or less some. Well, you can always use the town center thing to your advantage. And I think I usually, whenever I see them in like tournaments and stuff, like high level tournaments, you always see the second town center thing be used. But the battering ram one, not so much. They can also get capped rams in the castle age too. That's their other little tidbit too that I remember off the top of my head is they get the early access to the cap rams, which is actually really nice because cap rams is usually just one of those stepping stones people get when they're going to like siege rams. But getting them in Castle Age means that your battering ram gameplay is actually pretty spot on. So that could be good. Very good. Totally. Alright, so how much wood? 4 on wood. Again, the fruit bushes now, right? Where is Red's woodline? He doesn't have a woodline yet. What? Oh, he's getting straggler trees. Okay, you can do that. That's fine. I like getting straggler trees. I used to always be a fan of that, so that's totally cool. You do technically save on wood doing that, so yeah. I think the problem is, though, is that the lumber camp allows you to set up right up against the woodland like this, so you're not losing any villager seconds at all at the drop-off. Whereas with straggler trees, you're having the main issue where you have to walk for like a second or something that statistically can hold against you in the long run. So you do need to be careful of that, yeah. Looks like blue collects up to feudal. Red doesn't quite have enough food to get to feudal. I don't know quite what he's doing. He just gets a lumber camp now, though, so that's great. Does he have any other food that he could eat? Did he eat all his rhinos? Looks like he did. I don't think he's going to know how to do deer pushing at this stage, so I definitely don't think that's going to be a thing. He does have enough food to get the fuel now, though. Okay, so hooks up the fuel. Alright. He is about, over a minute behind, so definitely if the Hindustani player knows what he's doing, he could sneak up with a fast castle and take advantage of that. Get the castle age, get some camels maybe, because that's what Hindustanis are great at, is camels, right? Just like with all the Indian civs in the game, they do not get access to the knights, so they do have to go with their camels actually. Since the camels attack faster, you can run them as Hindustanis pretty well. You know what I mean? Totally. Alright, he's almost up now. So, looks like... Alright, he's got the barracks up. Is he gonna go stable or archer range? I would assume stable if it's Hindustanis. Like, if you're playing standard Hindustani, stable would definitely be the place so you can open up with camels, for sure. Yep, he does get the stable right there. I can tell from the foundation he's getting the stable. That rectangle. So that's a shoe-in for that. Where are we at here? Okay, he gets a blacksmith. Not bad. And barracks. So is he going to go for some more military here, or... Okay, no scouts from Hindustani, right? Nope, I was thinking maybe he might run some scouts here. He is picking up foraging. So he's picking up foraging, but no scouts. Very weird play. Blacksmith. I'm just confused what his game plan is. Because typically you don't want to go with blacksmith upgrades until you get the military units first. That's like a good rule of thumb. Like, never ever pick up blacksmith upgrades prematurely. Always get the military units first, and then if there's a blacksmith tech you need, just pick it up then. Because now he just spent food that potentially could have gone into like a castle age to get ahead of his opponent. And now he's just like camping around in age 2 for no reason. Whereas it looks like the Kuman player is going to go men-at-arms with spearmen. And a siege workshop. Okay, so he's going to get those battering rams in feudal age. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, so what he's going to do is he's going to get spearmen and men-at-arms. He's going to garrison them inside of the battering rams, speed them up, and then rush his opponent with the battering rams. That is okay. I mean, that's interesting. That's a creative idea, you know. I don't think that's a bad by any means. He's using his bonus somewhat properly. I wouldn't say properly, but he's using it. Because here's the thing, if he can get enough spearmen and men-at-arms in those rams and start poking it... Okay, and he's spending on wheelbarrow now on the Hindustani side, so he's not going to Castle Age anytime soon, because that's the only thing that pops his bubble, is he gets to Castle Age and then does like a mangonel and kills his rams. And puts out some camels and stuff. But if he's not going to do that, good for you. Okay, and he's going to throw an archery down too. Frankly, you probably don't even need that. Just go rams with spearmen and men-at-arms and just like overpower him with that. I guess if you want to throw a few skirms in, why not? But definitely don't go archers. You need that gold to be spent on the battering rams. Truthfully. So just make sure you're getting battering rams. Okay, he's going to be going to Castle Age now, I think. Yep, Hindustani clicked up the Castle Age. Is he going to fill up that ram now and start applying some pressure? Yep, he is. So is he going to go out? Yeah, he's going to go right now. Okay. Get moving. Move. Woo. You got to do something. You're going to go for a play like this, you got to time it right. Because if you let him get the Castle Age and recover his economy, he's just going to kill you with camels. Okay, he's got another ram out. Good. Go like the Indy 500 and go right for him. Right on the front. Let's go. Chop. Alright, get in the front there right now.
Yeah, what?
You gotta go. You don't have a big window. There's a small window you can like punish him hard with it. Okay, he's throwing some skirms in. And some man-at-arms? Okay, so... See, this is the thing. If you go in at the right time, you go right at his barracks and his stable, you pop right through his stable, go for the town center, you're fine. You're good. You put him into a weird situation, but if you take too long, you let him get his... See, he's getting bloodlines now. He's preparing for a Castle Age camel play. You gotta do this right, timing-wise. If you don't, you're just not gonna make it. Do more spearmen, too. Because he's going to be going camels. You're going to need those spearmen. Okay, so he decides to bust through the barracks since it's the first thing visible. All you have to do is, like, maybe pop a spearman out just to... Or throw them all out, that's fine. You already reached your destination, so you don't really need to speed them up anymore, right? Right? He's going to try to block him off with... Oh, good play by Hindustani player. Distract him with the houses. But unfortunately, these are battering rams, so it doesn't quite work like that. He dents his farm a bit, and then he goes for the TC. Okay, he's got the spearmen and everything killing the scout. Alright. He's going to send the men-at-arms in to butcher the vills. For now, it looks... Oh, gets it. Yep, here comes the camel. Come on, man. You're getting distracted. He's getting distracted. And then he loses his ram. See, the thing you gotta be aware of is that villagers have a bonus against siege. So you can't let them stab your siege like that. You just can't. Okay, he's got spearman man-at-arms there. He's gonna kill his camels pretty easily with some spearmen. Because camels are definitely not knights, you know. Camels don't quite have the melee stats of knights, so spearmen will definitely have an easier time wiping them out, even if they're an age behind. Spearman there harassing a bill. Dude's dead. He goes out one strike of the scimitar. Or the pulsar or whatever. Infantry attacking some vills here. Kills a scout. Spearman's gonna go down pretty quickly. And it looks like Hindustan survives that. Alright, so what do you do is Kuman here. So Kuman is actually clicking up now, so that's great. Means that he's not dead. He's actually going to be able to follow up with something. He's getting a second siege workshop. What is he going to do with that? Is he going to go like scorpions, mangonels? What is his play here? I'm kind of curious. Like, what is he like going for here? Does anybody know like what this is all about? Or yeah, it's a good question. Actually, it's a good question. Really good question. I don't even know what he's going for. TBH. Picks up pikemen on his spear line. Good choice. You know, you're going up against scouts and camels now. And Hindustan does finally pick up his light cav upgrade too. Good idea. You know, you're going with a lot of scouts. You may as well just pick up that cheap light cav upgrade. Add the little bit of stats to him. Rams come in again. He's got another one rolling in too. He's going to send one camel after that. But I think what he does, he just unloads the infantry. Yep, unload the infantry. Pikemen will poke through them pretty quickly. They still take out a ram, though. Okay, 2 of the rams surviving. Oh god, these rams are pretty serious. It's getting some work done with them. Just make sure your infantry don't get killed so quickly by the vills of the cavalry. He's going to board in the units again and just come full steam ahead on his town center right now. Now he's got double TC. Takes out the ram. Okay. And then he abandons the ram. He did it again. He keeps messing up his micro. He keeps abandoning the battering ram. Leaves it to die, and it's like, don't do that. You're gonna screw it up that way. You have to avoid that at all costs, man. Really. Just really. a defensive castle in the base. Not a bad idea considering what his opponent's doing. But Kuman player also gets a castle. Okay, so looks like actually the Kuman player is ahead in villages too. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Did he get the second town center early in that situation? Totally, yeah. He's getting some kipjacks now. Kipjacks are essentially cav archers that shoot multiple arrows, so multiple projectiles. Thus making him a bit more dangerous than the average cav archer and dishing out some more damage. He's getting more rams, and he's getting scorpions too. He's getting scorpions and rams and kipjacks. The problem is, though, it takes a lot of rams to take out a castle, though. Yeah, totally. But he did get the capped ram upgrade on too. Okay, that's one thing that definitely helped him out there, was getting the capped ram upgrade early on. So at least he's got slightly better rams to go into that with. Yeah. So what does he do here? Does he just go pikeman kipjack to fight his way through all the mounted units and then just rams them in the front with a ton of capped rams? I guess that's what he does. Right? But I'm assuming Hindustai knows somewhat of how to micro his castle to hit the units behind the rams and not just keep shooting at the rams directly. Because if he does that, that's very devastating. And so he's got about 4 capped rams, some kipjacks, and then he's got a scorpion. Whereas Hindustani's got some gulams, some light cav skirms, and a ton of hills. Okay, so gulam skirm is a great play here because that will hard counter the kipjacks pretty easily, since essentially gulams are huskarls with extra range. While not as hardcore anti-archer as the huskarls, I think they do have extra range with their spears, allowing them to puncture multiple units at the same time with their spears in a straight line. So that's actually going to be very helpful for him there. Okay, he unloads the ram. The capped rams begin blasting the archer range. And now they're going to start moving on to his castle, right? He's got pikemen stabbing him in the back. Pikemen, believe it or not, actually have a bonus against skirms and melee. So skirms counters pikemen and pikemen counter skirms. It's kind of a two-way relationship there. The problem is he's going to run the vills again, and he's going to counter his capped rams with the villagers once again here. Yeah. He did damage his castle by over half though, so he did get some work done. Unfortunately, he's running kipjacks against a unit that literally counters him. He's throwing all the units out. Not even killing the unit. It's dude, you gotta know your unit counters, man, and know that stuff. Totally. You gotta look at that Pierce armor and know that that's just not gonna fly. McFly. One thing though, Kuman player does go click up the Imperial Age. So he could go trebuchets finally. As long as he's willing to get a unit to fight this anti-archer stuff, he should be fine. Just get some trebs, fight him in the back finally, and just, You could go knights, you could go step lancers, you got different options as a Civ, so just run one of those with maybe kipjacks or something, and you should be alright. Looks like Hindustan is also clicking up to Imperial. Looks like Kuman also picks up Elite Skirm, starting to pick up his Archer armor upgrades. He's got Bodkin already. Unfortunately, though, even though the Kumans get a unique unit Archer unit, the Kipjack, they don't get Bracer, which is very unfortunate. Because Bracer gives you more range and more damage. So in a way, that kind of puts the Hindustani player ahead in, like, at least the raw attack stats, yeah. What's going on down here? Hindustani doing a small raid with some Lycav. Totally good. This is exactly what the scout line is built for, by the way, is raiding. It's a trash unit, it doesn't cost any gold. It can only help you if you have enough food to run them to just, like, kill some bills in the back. It's just beneficial to you. It wipes out your opponent. Totally. Alright, so he's got the Skirms. Skirms are okay against Skirms. Now, what has he got against Gulams? That's the question. It's got a Treb, but you don't have a way to protect him against the Gulams, though. The Gulams is the wild factor here. You gotta get something for that. If you don't, it's not great for you. Unfortunately, unlike the Hindustanis, you can't just run like hand cannons to shoot them, so you gotta get a little more creative. So it looks like he retreats for now. Hindustani builds a castle right in his base. He's gonna start shooting away at his stuff. What does the man get? Gets a Treb. He's gonna start aiming right at his castle there. I don't think he can sustain a siege though, because there's no way of actually protecting the Trebs though. Really. Okay, you gotta focus fire down those Gulams though. Gotta do something about that. So I was just gonna run those Gulams and then wipe out your second Treb. Unbelievable, man. Wow, crazy. No. Can't do that, man. That's just unfortunate. Insane, actually. Alright, he's getting his own camels now, it looks like. But the only problem is, Koman's again the only Civ that doesn't get heavy camel though, so You're running against a Sith that has some of the best camels in the game, the Hindustanis, who number one can have their camels attack faster, and number two get access to the Imperial camel, which is essentially like the paladin equivalent of a camel. Since most Siths only get camel and heavy camel, right? It's sort of like a camel cavalierish thing. Hindustanis get the Imperial camel, which sort of brings them up even more in stats. So, yeah, it's like the most dumbest thing you can do, honestly, is try to run camels against Hindustanis, because their Imperial camels are going to easily beat, non-heavy camels. That's just like a fact of, like, life. You're just asking for that trouble, really, yeah. No, 100%. Totally. So, yeah, I mean, this was a pretty okay match, to say the least. Did you like it? I thought it was pretty alright. I thought it was pretty decent. What do you think, though? Do you like it? I thought it was fine. Yeah, so let's go to another one. Let's try another one. Spectate games. Got Nomad, Arena, Arabia. Ooh, Muisca versus Inca. We got a Mezzo match. Persia versus Magyar. Can we see how good these opponents are in ELO? Oh, wow. These are some good players here. Let's check this out. This is like a skilled players match here. An Inca versus Muisca. Muisca being one of the latest civilizations added to the game as part of the Last Chieftains DLC. Yeah, that added Mapuche, Muisca, and Tupi to the game. So this should be a pretty fascinating one. And of course, they reworked the Inca as well to work within that framework. So now that they get the Champion Scouts and stuff instead of the Sword Line and everything and Eagles. So yeah, no, pretty good, pretty good. All right, we got a bit of a delay on the match. It's going to take about 25 seconds to start, and then we'll be ready to go. Yeah. I'm gonna look right away at the Muisca to see what their Civ bonuses are, because I don't quite remember what the Muisca are good at, actually. I know what the Mapuche are good at, and I know what the Tupi kind of do, but I don't recall much of what the Muisca are really experts at, yeah. So here we are. We got Incas on the left, and we got Muisca on the right. Very nice. Very good. Learning how to micro. That's the best name ever, man. Learning how to micro. That means he actually is trying to micro. That's good. And Dr. Wily, like from Mega Man, yeah. Right, so what are the bonuses for the Muisca again? Advance to the next age, cost less gold, like discount like half gold. Monks regain faith 50% faster, so they're sort of a monk civ. Settlements are cheaper and heal nearby units. Champion warriors and archer range units get more melee armor. Okay, that's great. Herbalism, archer, and champion warriors move faster, and then Hoarikas, slingers get plus range and train faster. And natural gold sources last 50% longer. Now that's pretty good. So they get yield on their gold mines. So that means that their gold mines will actually last a bit longer, which is pretty solid, yeah. Now the temple guards are, I don't know, are the temple guards any good with this civ? Something I always never knew. And they're Guecha warriors. Unique skirmisher that regenerates HP when a nearby Guecha warrior is defeated. So what are they, like infinite troops or something? Maybe. I guess so. My grocery delivery just arrived, so I have to go pick that up right now outside. Give me a moment. Alright everyone, I'm back. I just brought the delivery in, so let's continue. Press play, here we go. Alright, so we got Muisca versus Incas. I did read off to you all the Muisca bonuses earlier. They got a lot of cool stuff around their champion warriors, their archers, and so forth. Also some cool gold-related bonuses, like it being cheaper for them to age up, don't need as much gold. Also, they get improved yield on gold, which means essentially, while their vills are mining at the normal rate, fewer and fewer gold is being shaved off from the gold mine as they're doing that. So, essentially, you get more gold out of each mine, which is pretty nice. Pretty helpful. So, should be a good matchup. And Incas, as you know, we saw them in the previous game. The Incas have some pretty interesting bonuses. They, of course, got the Kamyoks. And I will read off to you some of their other bonuses now, just so we can review them. Got the thing open. This is the thing I like, by the way, about AoE2 is I can have the capture age view and lock screen so you can see it 24/7, and then I can just pull up the game on the side and just read off bonuses as needed. So it looks like houses provide +5 house space. So literally it's like an AoE 3 type of Civ, so we don't have to build as many houses, which is pretty awesome. Buildings cost less stone. Military units cost less food that increases with each age. And villagers, this is when I always remember that the villagers are affected by the blacksmith upgrades for infantry, starring in Castle Age. So, once you get to Castle Age, you know, your villagers are going to be really hard to raid. It's pretty neat. And then their skirms and slingers have no minimum range too, and their slingers have +1 attack because of the attack handy and sling. So, yeah, they have a big focus on a lot of their units, which is pretty neat too. Alright, so again, back to this match. Looks like Inca already has his barracks up, and he's going to go for a bit of a champion scout push, it looks like. What, you usually go in with like about 3 of those, right? Yep. So that should be a pretty decent push for him. Yep. Alright, so he's got about 2 over here, and then he has his 3rd one down here. Alright. So he's going to probably go for a bit of a raid with those, which should go pretty good. I haven't seen a lot of these Champion Scout raids before, so I don't know 100% what they're best at. But I would assume that they're pretty good. He actually has 4 of them. Alright, so he's got 4 of them. That's even better. Yeah, the thing I think that makes the Champion Scouts much better than the Militia is the fact that they just move faster. So they can, like move in and out like this. And then when the vills try to smother you with their daggers and stuff, you just pull out. That's the thing I've always assumed that makes the Champion Scouts just a better unit overall, I would say. Yeah, totally.
Yay.
So we've got about 4 Champion Scouts there, right? Yep, very nice. Did they get... Yeah, I got 1 kill. Okay, so some of the militia, they're not that great in Dark Age. You have to get them kind of up to the Champy warrior for them to actually start counting a bit, it looks like, yeah. So, kind of in lockstep with the way that the militia line works for the regular civs. Yeah, just a bit speedier. Yep. Looks like the Champy Scouts are starting to bash a house here. Keep in mind that just like the militia line, the Champies are actually good at attacking buildings, so given enough resources, they will actually be able to down this house on their own. Yep. Looks like Red is clicked up the feudal and he's about done right now. Green is about to click up right now, I believe. Keep in mind, these are both 2k ELO opponents here, so they're no slouches by any means. Both pretty skilled, right? So do watch them pretty seriously. Okay, so right away, Red, you know what he does, Muisca? He goes for a fast castle. And you know why he goes for a fast castle? Because he's a Civ that gets a Civ bonus cheapening his age up costs. So he already has the food for the age up. He doesn't even really need to trade much gold. And he gets like an instant click up into Castle Age. His opponent just going into Field Age now. It's going to take him a little while, you know? Because he had a bit of a delayed Feudal Age there. He went up to like 28 vills. But this also means if he can like build out quickly enough, he might be able to trail him behind in Castle Age very quickly. Because I can guarantee you, he's not going to want to hang around in Feudal Age very long if his opponent's already in Castle. So, yep, he's going to run by this market and blacksmith and already know what he's doing. So, in his mind, he's like, okay, I got to get my own Castle Age now. Because if I don't, he's going to destroy me with his stuff, right? He's going to hit me with all sorts of things. Now, it's not quite as extreme as, say, like a European civ, where they're just going to hit you with, like, knights and stuff, but still, definitely don't want to be caught into that weird tussle. Otherwise, yeah. Does he have a barracks yet? Nope, not quite. And he could get his temple guards, too, potentially, out of the gate, and that would actually be a bit more affordable than going with upgrading his champion scouts, I would assume. Since you do have that unique unit you can take advantage of early on. Ooh, yep. Panther tried to attack him there. So what is he? He's going to do a forward castle on him. Wow. Crazy. Castle. He's going to go castle on him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gonna go with castle. Gonna have to retreat. Now, in this situation, all you have to do is you need to just make sure that your vills are away from the castle. Yeah, because he literally took his whole economy except for his stone gatherers and just stuck them forward like this. So in a way, it is a little scary, but at the same time, it's like he can still probably click up the Castle Age and still get a Castle Age in. So it's not the worst situation to find yourself in. Because obviously what he can do is he's just going to garrison his TC whenever he sees these Guacha warriors show up. The Guacha warriors, again, are the skirmishers. When one of them dies, another one basically instantly heals some of his HP up. So they're essentially a skirmisher that does really good in a big army together, yeah. Yep, see, he's already trying to push him a bit with these Guacha warriors right now. Now, I think statistically they're much more dangerous than skirms because they actually do a decent amount of damage, like 6 damage. So it's not like regular skirms where they only like ping you by like 1 or 2 damage per piece. These guys are actually kind of a threat. Plus, they move a lot faster too. I've never actually seen a lot of these Guacha warriors be used in mass before, so this is a bit fascinating to me, seeing for the first time. He does. Inca does have a barracks up too now, and he is going to get that Castle Age before the town center goes down. Because if the town center goes down before he gets Castle Age, he is kind of dead. If he at least gets Castle Age going, he can, like, you know, eke out some sort of defense here. Right, he's picking up a Palisade Gate right now. That's good. He's got a tower there too. So he's got some sort of defense. But the guy is still mining his stone back in the base, so I don't know if he's just gonna like build another castle and stick it right here or what. Siege Workshop. See, this is the thing though. This is the thing. Dude doesn't have any barracks yet, so he has like no way to actually fight siege like battering rams. But he can use his vills to fight the battering rams, and that's kind of scary in itself for him. You think, oh yeah, no, he doesn't have a barracks, I don't have to worry about that, because Guacha warriors won't exactly have enough stats to actually puncture a structure like that. But yeah, no, it's not quite out of the woods yet. Definitely not. So you see Garrison again. Hopefully he's going to get to kill some more Guachas. No, those Guachas are pretty tanky. They're pretty durable, you know. He's trying to garrison the TC again to get some extra shots, and he's just going to have to leave the site. So he's got barracks too, so I mean, what's he going to get with these? Is he going to get champion warriors maybe with battering rams? Oh, he's going mangonels. Mangonel's a good option too, because if he can get this initial Mangonel, he can shoot the Guecha Warriors with it. So if he can get like a couple of decent Mangonels out, that should solve that problem. He's going to try to micro down those Guecha Warriors right now. He's got the supporting tower as well. He's going to try his best to try to like wipe out these... Okay, he's got the Guecha Warriors on his... He's got the Champion Scouts or Champion Warriors on his Guechas right now, so he's going to have to force them back. He's going to use the Mangonel, obviously, to start shooting that castle structure right now, and then he deletes it. Good work by Inca player there. Basically just saved his hide, because if another castle went up in that spot, he'd kind of be dead right now. Because at least right now, he's got a very fortified gold. He's got a wood line back here, he's got more gold there. The only thing he's starving in now is like food, because he doesn't have like a solid place to put his farms up yet. But gold-wise, wood-wise, he's perfectly fine, you know. So yeah, he can just keep running Mangonels. He's getting some more Champion Scouts as well. Just enough to like keep him protected from, say, villagers. But again, he's going to want to get them to lace up to the Champion Warrior if he wants to engage in any like serious club-to-club melee. But, look, the Guecha Warriors are back. He's gonna try to weave in towards the, castle there, tower there. He's also repairing with the villagers, too, which gives him more lifeline there. But honestly, this is the problem, though. Every time he kills one of these Guecha Warriors, the other ones heal up. So, yeah, no. They're a pretty long-term threat, actually. Oh, he just shot his own guys. Oh, my God, he just fragged. He just fragged his own army. That's the one thing that's scary about Mangonels in this game. They do a lot of damage, but if you're not careful, they can actually hurt you rather than help you. He almost did it again. Oh, did he damage him? Is that why the Guechas like wiped him out there? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this stuff out. It's like really crazy, man. Alright, he's gonna get a TC in the back. And he's gonna get a Selma in the front here. So that way he can maintain these farms for now, yeah. Okay, so he's technically... He actually has an even vill count compared to his opponent right now, and that's a scary thing. Because while these Guecha Warriors are a serious threat, and they could really hurt him, if he loses these guys, if he like fumbles them, he's dead. He has nothing to fall back on. Green is at least building something more long-term in his situation. Because now he actually has a town center, he can actually start producing vills, and he's got no vills on food right now. You can read this little number underneath that tells you how many are on food. He has stopped all vill production right now. He's got like no food at all. And now he's starting to farm. Green is starting the farm right now, so now he is actually resuming economy. And this is very dangerous for Red. For the Muisca player, because now the Dinka is resuming economy, he can actually claw his way out of this. Right, he can claw his way out of this now, right? Yeah. No. Oh, and it looks like he's going to start getting some monks too, because he knows, because his monks have a quicker regeneration of their faith after doing a successful conversion, he's going to be able to run monks with these Guecha Warriors. And he's planning on synergizing that together right now. He's going to see if he can... And he's picking up Redemption, because with Redemption he can convert siege weapons. That's why he just picked up Redemption at the monastery. Because now he's actually going to be able to counter siege with the... He's going to run the Champion Scouts at the... Monk. Gotta get the monk. Not the Guecha Warriors. Not that monk there. If he converts your Mangonel, you're done. And he converts it. Hot dog. See, you take out one and then he kills another one. But now he's gonna regenerate the faith faster, and then he's gonna... See this white bar? This is his faith already regenning. And then he's gonna be able to convert another Mangonel. And if he converts another Mangonel, he's gonna kill his other Mangonel with it. We'll have like an even matchup with it. So now all he can do is just retreat behind his tower here. Can you angle? He doesn't have enough space in that base to. Okay, the tower is shooting at them. He's got, but he converts the Champion Scout because he knows his monk's gonna die otherwise. All right, that was a good move on his part, pressuring him with that Champion Scout because he ended up saving a Mangonel, and now he can maintain that siege. That was like absolutely essential what he just did there. That was like life or death what he just did to protect it. That was a really good play. And who wins? Okay, so Green concedes. It's because he knows he's playing monks now. He doesn't have enough stuff to really survive just yet. Because he knows he's in a really vulnerable spot right now where he doesn't have a lot of stockpiled resources. So the fact that he has the monks out means all he has to do is and he picked up Sanctity too he just picked up Sanctity too to boost his monks even more. All he has to do is get those monks to convert the Mangonels, and he's dead because his own siege will be used to kill him. Plus all those Guecha warriors, and yeah, no. If it weren't for the monks, let's just say he managed to kill that monk earlier, take him out, he would have been fine. He would have been able to keep fighting. And he could have prolonged it. Because all he needed to do was get enough, mass of regular troops to pressure the monks and get them off and let the Mangonels sort of spread out the Guecha warriors. But he just did not have the necessary time to do that exactly, and that's why, it went the way it did. So, yeah. Really, really good match, actually. That was a great one. Yep. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into another game. Let me find another one for you. We'll see what else, other tricks they have up their sleeves. I was thinking now I should probably be looking at the ELO of these matches too, so we can, find some good matches. But how are these guys? 800 and 800s. It's only 1,000. I like to do a base off of the Civs too, by the way. That's another thing. Unless you want me to do an arena. Should I do an arena for you today? We didn't necessarily say it had to be like Arabia. We could do arena and stuff. Arenas might be a good one to look at. Let's look in an arena 1v1 between Vietnamese and Burgundians. That would be pretty fun. Let's check that out. Change it up a bit, because Arabia's not the only map you need to know to be a good, AoE2 player. You also need to know your arenas as well, because that's another common map you're always going to see. Arena plays very, very differently than Arabia. Arabia is a lot more quicker, it's a lot more raiding you out of the front in Feudal Age and pressuring you and all this stuff. Whereas the arena is much more about Imperial Age warfare. Because what happens is, in a typical arena match, it's all about your fast castle timing. Castle Age is really just whoever gets the most relics, right? And then Imperial Age is literally castle warfare right off the bat. That's how arena works. It's a very different experience than the Arabia stuff I was showing you, so... Yep, pretty much the case. Yeah. So yeah, that's why, in general, arena is always going to be a bit different. And if you like more Imperial Age stuff, you might like arena gameplay more than you like Arabia gameplay. Arabia is much more of a constant threat. Arena is more of a long-term threat. And that's why people fight to the death for those relics in the middle of the map, because every relic you get or don't get means more siege, means more stuff later, and yeah, and it also depends really who builds the first castle where. Does somebody do a forward castle outside your base and hold it? Because then you're probably dead already. Or do they build a more defensive one here so that you can break out? Because look, you got plenty of stones and golds outside your walls too. So not just the ones in your walls. You gotta worry about the stone and gold outside of your wall. Because eventually that stone and gold in your base is going to run out, and you're going to have to start breaking out and getting these other ones too. So it's a lot more about long-term resource stability more than anything. Yeah, you don't have to worry about archer rushes or men-at-arms or anything. You do gotta worry about that stuff, yeah. Because, look, you got stone walls. They're not gonna break through with archers against this. They're not gonna break through with men-at-arms against this. It's all about your Imperial Age. Like, how does Imperial Age go? Your early Imperial Age into your late Imperial Age. Yeah. It's very rare if somebody dies in Castle Age on this map. It's very, very rare. You're probably not playing standard if you're doing that. So, yeah. Alright, so anyways, we got Vietnamese. Where's Vietnamese? Down here? No, Vietnamese is up here. And then Burgundians are down here, right? And this is going to be a very, very clean matchup. You know, you got two Cids that bring very different types of things to the table in the late game. It's going to be very fascinating. With Vietnamese, their big thing is more hit points on their archery range units. So, you know, their Imperial Skirms, their Arbalists, all that, the rattan shields. That's pretty much what they're going to offer. And then for the Burgundians, they're going to really be good with their gunpowder, since their gunpowder units, as you know, just do more damage, right? More damage for their gunpowder. Also, this is the other interesting thing between these two Cids. It really is very funny. Both of these Cids, Vietnamese and Burgundians, both have a late game way of generating gold without mines and relics. Yeah, if you can believe that. So the Burgundians get a Castle Age tech called the Vineyards that actually allows them to generate gold from farming, whereas Vietnamese have a castle tech called Paper Money that allows them to generate gold while chopping wood. So honestly, for these two Cids in this particular matchup, they actually have some backup gold beyond the relics that they can fall back on. So it's a very, very, very interesting situation. You know, very fascinating one. Yeah, this is going to be a really different experience than what you normally see in Arena. Normally in Arena, you do not have bonuses like that, so you're going to really be fighting the death of those relics. But here, they might be fine. At least partially fine without having all the relics, you know? Obviously, again, all the relics on top of that means, you know, Vietnam could possibly run battle elephants longer, whereas Burgundians might be able to, you know, get more gunpowder units out, which they specialize in, right? They get hand cannons, they get the bombard cannons. That's sort of what they do. They could get a couple of bombard towers out here or there, you don't know. So, gold does still matter, it just matters in different ways. Yeah, and of course, the Burgundians also have that wonderful unit, the Costelier. Does a really deadly charge attack. Allows it to take out stuff very, very quickly, especially when it's stacked, and that could be a very big threat to really anything they fight, so we'll see how that turns out. And I believe the Vietnamese also get the fire lances too, right? If I remember correctly. Do they get the fire? I think they get the fire lances. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember off the top of my head what they get for that. Oh yeah, by the way, too, their stable techs are cheaper too, so they'll be able to potentially go into Paladin a lot easier. That's another factor that you might want to watch out for. And then for the Vietnamese side, they do get the fire lances, so that we might see some fire lances today too, which would be a really funny inclusion. The only thing they're really lacking, the Vietnamese, is party and tactics on their cav archers. That's really about it. They kind of got everything else that they could even do cav archers with if they really wanted to. Weirdly enough, the Burgundians don't have bloodlines though, which is a little weird. But they still are pretty good. Now, in like normal Arabia games, Burgundians have the great advantage of getting the Cavalier upgrade in the Castle Age, and it being 50% cheaper. So you can actually run really good Cavalier push in the Castle Age as the Burgundians, and that's sort of their biggest tool, I would say. That and their access to the Flemish Militia. The Flemish Militia is sort of like a hybrid between a men-at-arms and a spearman. So it's kind of like a weaker men-at-arms that has a bonus against cav still, so it can kind of fulfill both roles, but it doesn't get any upgrades besides the blacksmith and stuff, so yeah. I don't think we're going to see much Flemish militia today, since this is like a late game setup. We're going to see more or less halberdiers, paladins, and gunpowder and custodiers from the Burgundian. Vietnamese, we might see some bombard cannons, their archery range units, and archery in general, like the rattan shields, and possibly, bow elephants, and fire lances and halberds, something like that. But I could be wrong. They might have some other tricks up their sleeve, too. And, of course, trebuchets from both sides. Yeah. Alright, so, yep. Most important thing early in the game for Arena is two sort of things. Number one, get the best fast castle time. That's kind of what you want to do. And number two, get those relics as fast as possible. Those are two of the best things you can do. Also, you kind of ideally want to get a good timing on your second and third TC in your base. So that way your Ville economy is at least where it needs to be, bare minimum. And then, obviously make sure you balance out some stone gatherings, so that way you can prepare a castle. You can either prepare a defensive castle or get the offensive castle going and be able to hold it. So that way you can win the game easier. That's kind of the best way to go about Arena, I would say. And, dude resigns. Oh, wow. Look at that. See, this is something that, this is scary, actually. So Red knew that he was behind in his feudal age timing, and thus his castle age timing, and thus he knew he was going to lose because he was so far behind in his feudal and castle age timing. That's a pretty scary realization as a player, that he didn't even want to really duke it out. He was like, yeah, no, I know I'm already behind, so I'm just going to call it quits here. Yeah, alright. So let's try another one. We could do Tuins and Chimeras. That could be a really fun one. Those are some really good long-term civs, so let's try that one, maybe. Because, see, the Chimeras are obviously like the premier elephant civ in late game and scorpion civ, but they do have good siege and good cav archers and stuff too, so they got other things. Whereas Tuins, of course, are going to be good for their siege, their paladins, and then their infantry. So they got good halbs, good champions, Teutonic knights, that sort of thing. So it'll be a pretty fascinating thing, to say at least. Tuins being the only civ in the game to not have the white cav upgrade for the civs that have access to the scout line, so sort of their unique weakness. Yeah, totally. Should be starting in about 5 seconds. I figured, yeah, let's just do another arena since the first one kind of belly flopped. That way we can really see what a full arena game kind of looks like, so you can get a grasp of it. I don't know a lot of the whole other maps, though, except ones like Islands, maybe, and Black Forest, I would say. And Gold Rush. Alright, so, looks like the Chimeras are up at the top. Why did this happen? I didn't set it that. That's weird. I didn't set it to fast forward like that. That's super strange. Okay, so why did he resign? What is up with these arena players, man? This is so sus. People are resigning at astounding speeds. People just don't want to show me, people just don't want to show me arena gameplay, I think. People are mad at me. Like, we saw what you did with Arabia, man. We don't want you corrupting our, arena games. So, but you should know I'm an arena aficionado. I play arena all the time in, like, AoE 3. So, the fact that they have a problem with my arena here in AoE 2, this is a little hypocritical, you know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. Totally. Let's go for this. Do we have another arena we can run? Okay, we got a Turin versus Burgundian. We got a Portuguese versus Magyar. We got an Armenian versus Bulgarian. What do you say, Pilgrim? What are the ELOs on these? 700. Really bad ELO. How about these guys? 300 and 1,000. 300 and 1,000. Oh, these are spectators watching it. Okay, well, it looks like, I don't know, I don't think we want to see those ones. This looks like a decent one. They're like 1,213K ELO. This should be reasonable. So let's try this one. So we got, what's that, Georgians? Georgians and Celts? I think so, yeah. No, that's not Georgians. That's another civ. That's the Italians. Italians and Celts. Okay. Let's try that one on Arabia, since all the arena games are kind of belly flopping, you know. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but whatever. Should be low in a second now. Yeah. Here we go. Celts on the left side and Italians on the right side. So here is our next match. Just right away, Celts are going to start building their stuff up over there. And on this side, Italians the same thing. Now let's look at the land, see if we can figure out sort of how the building's going to go. So I can see some good wallable spots for Italy here, except for the front face, obviously. But off the sides, I mean, he's got some decent walling potential if he wants to use it. He's obviously looking for all his sheep as well, which is very smart. This is really what you have to do at the start of every AoE2 game, regardless of the map you're on. Make sure you find your sheepy, because you gotta eat your sheepy right away. It's not always sheep, it's going to be sometimes be goats or geese or pigs or cows. It's the same idea though. They're all the same protein, but just different like appearances and sounds and stuff. Yeah. I don't think they're the same protein, but they all can be selected together basically in the game. Like when you double click one animal, it selects all the other animals too. Probably out of convenience. There's a lumber camp over here. At least he knows where his boar is now. How about the wood line for blue? He's going to put it over there. Alright. Both have been doing a pretty good job scouting their base out. Oh, nice. Italy's going to go for a deer push. Moving in his little goat animal there, the mouflon. Yeah. That should bring him some extra meat to work with, so he can save on building farms right away, which is a really good thing to go for, because obviously one of the things that definitely holds down your early construction is going to be early farms, you know what I mean? If you can get late farms, you can just keep eating meat for a while and fruit and stuff. You're going to be able to put that wood towards more houses, maybe an extra military building early on that you could use to really annoy your opponent with, and that could be great for you. So yeah, definitely things to consider when you're playing. Absolutely. And obviously just make sure you keep building your houses. Looks like blue is doing that. Red, same thing. Alright, so they're all keeping up with their houses, which is great. It's important that you do that. It's very imperative. Sometimes it's better just to build the house out ahead of time so you don't forget. Because if you have any idle TC time because of a house not being there, that's like actually deducts points from your chances of winning, like, significantly. It's not like AoE3 where it's all kosher and stuff. AoE2, you gotta be on top of that. Okay, it looks like Red gets his first piggy in. And Blue, does he get first piggy in? Or, yep, he's got his piggy there. He's built a mill as well. And he's bringing piggy number 2. How about Red? Does he bring in piggy number 2? Or where's piggy number 2? Did you get piggy number 2? Or I figure where piggy number 2 might be. You might have already gotten piggy number 2 already, but I don't see him around here. Yeah, it's a little linker friend. Looking at the scores, it does look like Italy is a little bit ahead in ELO, but honestly, when ELO scores are this close, you can't really say for sure one's a Mega Pro and one isn't. Blue could have gotten really lucky with his opponents and thus got a little bit ahead, and it could really be Red who's the better player, you know. It's when you see people that are like multiple hundreds of points ahead, like say a 600 ELO versus a 12k ELO, something like 1200k ELO. Then you start to really understand that they're in, like, different realms, basically. But when it's this close, one could totally be better in reality at some skills than the other one, and that's definitely a consideration. Okay, so Celts, being the infantry civic course, are going to go for a men-at-arms rush, yeah. Because that's what the Celts do. They go for a men-at-arms rush, right? Because we're one of the Celts' Cid bonuses, faster moving infantry. So may as well take advantage of that to get your militias out quicker and really start harassing your opponent's base. Oh, so he's gonna go for a full drush. He's going for a full drush right now. That's it, he's going for a full drush. Because look, he's got 2 militia here. He's got more coming out over here. He's going for 5 militias. He's going for a full stack of militias right now. Wait, he actually mined gold to go for a full drush. He's going for a huge drush right now. This is a big drush. This is going to be a lot of infantry. If he can make this work somehow, that's pretty good, actually. But keep in mind, he's going to have to work quickly. He's going to bust down palisades quickly if he wants to break through things. It's going to be an interesting situation, to say the least, yeah. Oh, look at the drush. He's already hit him with the militia there. Great. Now, only thing you need to do is get the feudal and turn him to man-at-arms, man, and you should be good. Good to go. Yep, totally. See, that's the only problem, I think, is honestly the other guy is in feudal age, and he could, like, eventually overwhelm you with scouts or something and then punish you. So, yeah. Maybe just get these militia out of focus for right now. And then have them come in when they're man-at-arms again and then do something about them. Hopefully. Yeah.
Kid?
He's gonna tower rush him too. Tower rush with men-at-arms. Not bad. This is actually good because now you got the tower killing his wood line, and now you can. You need to micro your men-at-arms up here, man, and press them while you're getting the tower going. You know. You gotta like. Okay, so he's gonna put another tower up here. Good. Now he's covering the gold. Where else? You would want to maybe put a tower somewhere around here to like cover this gold and hit that wood line. Okay, so going tower rush with men-at-arms can be a very scary idea because, you know, obviously men-at-arms for Celts move very quickly. Also, believe it or not, the Celts also get a castle tech around towers in the Castle Age. They get one that actually adds more arrows onto their castles and towers by default. So yeah, no, this could actually be a really good synergy. Speedy infantry and extra projectiles on your defense abilities. Because one thing the Celts lack is bracer, so you might think, oh wait, their towers and castles are absolutely worthless. No, they get a tassel tech that actually allows them to do more projectiles automatically. So yeah, no, could be looking at a really good situation here. Yeah. And at this point, Italy's actually forced to do a counter tower measure here just to hold them off. That's how big this is. Yeah, no, totally. Okay, he's going to cancel that one out because he knows he's got a tower right there. But he can still put one up over here, though. That doesn't immediately keep this guy out of the... Okay, he's going to put another tower up here now. I think he cancels this one out, too. You cancel it out, or does he still commit to it? Or is he going to try to push for it? He might try to push for this one. And he cuts the house out of there so he can put another tower up in this spot. He's got this area garrison now. Also, what are the Ville numbers looking like? It's kind of a similar Ville margin, right? Now, he got archers, so he can actually garrison this tower to get the extra arrows, while still keeping his Villes outside to repair it. He kind of has that advantage going for him. So does he have at least one tile there where he can keep his Villes protected from the arrows? Yes, it looks like he does. Now, if he gets that tower up on the side there, he can actually move that Ville out of range on the left there, so it's not bad, and the R2 will still be safe. Okay, he's rushing one of the towers right now, but now he's being covered by two other towers, so he's not going to be able to sustain that for long. Yep, get the archer in the tower there, so that way you can cover it. Okay, this is like serious tower wars right now. Look at these tower rushes and this counter tower push going. We don't always see tower pushes like this. This is pretty fascinating stuff. Now, tower rushes can be really frustrating because tower rushes essentially involve you having to constantly repair them, get them in the right spot, being able to micro your archers and your infantry around, maybe getting underneath the tower to attack the other towers. At this point, these guys had so many towers that you can't even like run villagers or infantry underneath them to even fight them, you know what I mean? That's how crazy this is right now. We're looking at an insane like situation right here. Plus he's getting another tower right now onto the side there. Now he's going to line it up with another tower. Oh yeah, oh man, this gets really... I think he's going to lose that tower on the right though, red. What do you think? I think he might lose that tower because he can't get it up fast enough. He's going to have to repair. He's going to have to repair it with even more Villes. You're going to have to get another Ville here to repair that tower right now. Otherwise, you're going to have some problems, friend. Okay, he's gotta get this tower up, right? And then he forgot to keep producing this tower. Okay, he gets that one up. He blocks him on the side there with the palisade wall. And now he picks up fletching, right? So now he's got more range on his towers. Now I can shoot him with this tower. And he's going to use it to, like, slaughter his vills. Oh, God. This is like a crazy tower war right now. Wow. I'm glad we picked this match. This is a good demonstration of how tower rushes work. I think Red's lost the tower war. I think he's lost the tower war. He might have to legit think about Castle Age and maybe getting a siege workshop and then plowing in with that now. Truthfully, I think he might need the Castle Age. Thankfully, though, he's got more food and he's got more gold. So, technically, he could run a Castle Age if he really, like, wanted to, you know? That's the thing. He does have that option. Okay, so he just deletes... Why does he delete the tower, though? Leave it up or something, you know what I mean? Unless it was low in HP. I wasn't even, like, looking at the stats on that thing. Alright. Okay, the tower rush is effectively dead, at least in most of the base. This area is, like, cleanly covered. Like, blue will not be able to get onto this woodline now. That's... And even this farming over here is basically stunted. So right now, he needs to, like... Red needs to realize, like, where the line of these towers are. It's right over here. And he's got towers right here, too, so...
Target it.
Ah, yeah, he just lost an archer. Okay. So he can't do a lot right now. I hope he understands that. Like, you need to get the Castle Age, man. Get the Castle Age and get some siege. Like, get a mangonel or a ram and start busting through this stuff. Probably a ram. You might need, like, some battering rams for this. Okay, he's gonna try to come up on the north side now and try to shoot him through the wood line. Maybe. Hit him in the back where his farms are. Okay, yeah, this is, like, the last part of the base that isn't, like, covered in towers right now. Even walking up this far, he's gonna be in the line of fire of multiple towers, so... Yeah. He's building another tower right here now. Putting another tower in this spot now. Oh, wow. Oh, dear. He's putting up another tower over here now. Okay, well now he's gonna get butchered by these things. Get out. You can't push this guy. He's like covered his base in towers right now. Your efforts are futile. He's gonna put another tower up over here now. Oh god, he's like horrifying. He's horrifying. I think Celt needs to learn when to go a Castle Age. Just stop it. Just stop it. Let him keep building towers. Get the Castle Age. Get some siege. Get some, like, knights or upgrades or something. You can't, don't keep pushing a losing battle like this, because you're just gonna die because of that. Don't be that dumb. Don't keep trying to win a battle. You can't win with, like, towers. Okay, he's got a mill he can still pressure. That's good. That does. I might even say pull out. Pull out. Know when you're in a losing battle and get out, because you basically force him into a defensive stance, and you can cap on that and get your Castle Age right now, man. You know, exactly. But what is he doing? Is he training? So what is he doing back at home? I'm trying to see what he's doing back at home in his base. So he's still doing art. Okay, he clicks in the Castle Age, fine. He's got that going. Celts do have access to crossbowmen and bodkin arrow and stuff, so that shouldn't be an issue if he wants to transition into crossbowmen. That could be a pretty good play with bodkin arrow. You could totally do that. But just complement that with siege, and then you should be great. You know, he's also picking up double-bit axe. Obviously, he's been doing so much aggression that he wasn't even able to pick that up. And he's actually fortifying. He's resuming the tower offensive down here, because this is the only tower sector in Celt's established that's actually dominant right now. So he's going to cap on this sector here and put down a secondary tower to begin pushing even more into this area of the base. He's gonna keep pushing that area. And now, at this point, Celts have to go all the way around here just not to get shot by any arrows. Yep. Okay, now he's tower rushing the town center, too. Town center is actually now being rushed right now. PC is actually now in play. This is when you get the siege out, man, and good thing he's getting that castle age in. He just needs to get that, get a siege workshop, and then start pushing. Alright, so yep, Castle Age now. He gets crossbow, that's a good pick. Get crossbow, get boggin arrows, start shooting these farms behind the house line here. Looks like he also has some infantry to start busting his walls down too, and he's actually going to get iron casting to make that even easier. Yeah. Another thing you could do as well, could you get a university up in your base? Get guard tower? I think you at least get guard tower as the Celts, right? Yeah. Wait a minute, no, they get keep. The Celts get keep. They get keeps, I remember that. They get keeps, they just don't get a bracer on them. So you could run keeps here as the Celts. Actually do that. Same thing really, they got all the upgrade super towers. They can get guard towers, they can get keeps. So if they want to take this tower thing all the way, you can actually do that in this game. You know, as these civs. Oh, he's already fallen into the line of fire with towers again. Oh, great. See, this is how messed up you did to this guy. He's got, like, towers all around him. Okay, so, yep, Celts will pick up the, guard tower. They already have boggin arrow. But he's gonna have guard tower. Now these guys are gonna have towers are gonna have even more stats to pressure with. Yep. Absolutely. Upgrade the long swords. He's got crossbowmen. Probably not going to transition the spears into pikes until he sees some sort of knights or something. The Celt player's got knights, though. He's actually making knights right now. I was like, while I was typing here, I was like writing in Discord to the Age of the World Discord server for AoE3's mod, Age of the World. I guess Kados is thinking about maybe doing a native sit first before he, does the Romanians and Polish, and I was like, by all means, do a Native American civ, because Polish and Romanians are probably the two most unique, like, European civs you could probably, like, do on the face of the earth, honestly. They got so much cool, unique stuff to work with. But, we've seen them in Wars of Libya and a few other mods already, so I would strongly suggest he goes with a Native American civ that's totally novelty and probably doesn't even exist yet. And that would probably be a really fun little addition, you know, because Kados makes some pretty reputable native civs, you know, the Inuits, Cherokee, the Calusas, what other ones, the Mayans, what those ones in Argentina I always forget about. Not the Mapuche, they're kind of like the Mapuche, but not quite. Yep, so he's done some pretty decent native sets, and I'd love to see, and the Muisca too, he made his own Muisca as well. And Tupi, he just done the Tupi, and he's done the Caribs. He's done like 8 or 9 native sets. It's pretty insane, actually, how many Native Americans he's added to his mod. Quite a few of them, and he's planning on adding even more as well. Oh great, he's got the tower shooting his mangonel now. But he's got to be able to repair it though, so it's all good. At least for now, yeah. Okay, it looks like the Celt player is winning now because he's got siege. And Italy does not have siege. the difference between siege and no siege is actually pretty critical right now. Okay, he uses the crossbows to kill the villager. But now he's going to have to pull back. Yeah. I think the TC still goes down, or at least it's going to be severely pressured here. Yep. Yeah, right now I think Celts are in a winning position because he's got knights on the peripheries, killing vills, trying to get out to get stone for a castle, because he really wants a castle, but he needs stone for that out there. Because he made so many towers now, he can't just get it in his base. He actually has to venture out into here just to get the stone, and now Celts have knights out there prowling out there. And then he can't move his crossbowmen there to fight the knights because he has mangonels in the front of his base now. Okay, so he does get the stone somewhere. Alright, and he's gonna put the castle like right over here. Right where the mangonel is. And the towers are. Okay, so oh, and he's garrisoned some infantry inside of battering rams. Oh no, oh Lord Almighty, no. That's not good. They use the crossbowman to shoot your vills, trying to get it down. So you're gonna have to take your crossbowman and shoot his crossbowman. And he's got his own mangonel too. He's gonna try to. Oh, good shot. You just saved that castle, man. Good job. You just saved that castle. Italy, you just saved that castle. Good aim with that one. You just barely got that castle up, and now he's gonna try to pry fitting another. Oh, this is a pal. Why did he put a palisade wall here? But now he's gonna have to repair this castle now, because now he's gonna go after the castle. He's gonna need some sort of trebuchet or something. So yeah, he has a siege. It's all the way back here though, so he has to roll it all the way through here. Why did he get a siege like over here or something in the back, so he could just roll it in and hit his rams? Okay, so if he can keep the castle up, he should be able to push his way out, get his way out of this mess. Okay, so he shoots his way out of here, shoots all the crossbowmen out, and then he can kick out those towers, right? Or not. He doesn't have enough range with Bodkin Arrow, unfortunately, to do that. But what he can do now is he has a castle, he can get Genoese crossbowmen. And Genoese crossbowmen are archers that get a bonus against cavalry. So, if he wants to keep marauding him with knights on the outside of his base, the Genoese crossmen will actually wipe them out. And they have good armor, too, so they can actually go toe-to-toe with other archers, too. So, I mean, all things considered, Genoese crossman is his savior right now. That's how you kind of get out of this mess. That castle and then the Genoese crossbowman you can generate out of it. And then, if you can get an Imperial Age, try to get some gunpowder, some bomb cans, and just shoot these towers, get them out of there, and roll into his side of the base. Because his base doesn't have any towers in it. It's just got town centers, a castle, and an archer range and a stable and stuff. Oh, he's building a castle in the back. Look at this. He's getting a castle here. Celt is getting a castle over here. So he's already preparing himself for God's fury right now in his base, because he knows what might be rolling to his area. Now, this is quite devastating. Very devastating. Oh, good. Yep. Counterattack. Genoese crossbowman on the villagers, taking out his stone mine there. He's going to shoot through the palisades since, Castle Age archers can shoot through palisades rather quickly. And then he will be able to make an offensive into this direction. Yep. Absolutely. Just going to run through there, then he can start shooting through his wood line, hitting to his farms. That's how you get him. Yep. Now watch out, the Celt is an Imperial Age now. He's got Trebs. He's got some units. He's going to be doing Road Raiders. Road Raiders, basically a super fast infantry unit that the Celts have from their castle. That's what he's going to use. Goes zip-de-doo that through your army and just start cutting through your archers. That's basically it. He's going to just spam Woad Raiders, cut through all your range units, and then he's going to go right after your buildings with them. That's exactly how they're used. Alright, Genoese crossbowmen are now bolting right through his villagers. Alright, battering rams are going to start blasting through the siege workshop. Mangonel's going to start hitting through the stable, and then the Trebs can start attacking the town center in the back there. Meanwhile, you got Genoese crossmen effectively raiding the Celts in their own base there. These villas are completely on the run with gold. Let's hope that they don't get shot, because if they get shot, they're going to drop that gold with them, and that gold is gone. That's gold that the Celt player can use. So yeah, that would be absolutely devastating. But at the same time, look what's going on over here. We got a full siege push. We got rams. We got mangonels. We got trebs. He's got all the siege weapons except for the scorpions literally blasting through his front right now. So really blasting right through his frontal area. Okay, these villas are able to sneak back behind the patrolling archers. And they're going to be able to drop off their gold ideally either at this mine camp or at that... Get them to the town center. They're going to come back and they're going to shoot at you. He's like patrolling this area like a hawk right now because he has to. He knows his base is dealing with the full siege push. The only way he starves you out is by killing your gold economy. Don't do that. Because see the situation is that he doesn't have any way to deal with siege. He's literally trying to fight mangonels and stuff with archers. This is like so bad. So devastating. He's gonna get down the mangonel, fine. But not gonna help with the road raiders though. Fast moving infantry is gonna come right in with their axes and shields and just hacking through you. Full William Wallace Braveheart stuff right there. Yeah, no. And then he's going to take his Genoese crossbow, he's going to blast some of your bills. Okay, he somehow kills a ram. Okay, Celts are garrisoning their town centers right now. I think if Celt really wants to, he could probably just go back and send a force to deal with that. Road Raiders are slicing and dicing bills under the farms, just trying to make their pasta for their spaghetti, and they're literally the ragu sauce right now, which is not great. Trebuchets blasting the towers. Good. Yep. All these towers that kept them safe for most of the match are now going to be nuked out. Got two town centers right here, and then we got a third TC in the back. And that tower right there, yeah. Yeah, it just starts cutting through your houses, your mill, all that. Yep. That's what trebuchets do in the Imperial Age. At least Italy's going up to the Imperial Age now. He's clicked in a while ago. He's almost up in like 30 seconds. But look at how much map control Celt already exerts. He already has this huge base right now. And he's got a huge push right here on top of your forward gold. Does he have any gold he can get? He's got stone. Does he have gold though? He's got some stockpiled up. So he's not dead. He has some gold he can use. He's got plenty of stone, so he could get a castle, which he's gonna do. And he's gonna have to come up with some sort of way to deal with your siege and your infantry as the Celts. So he's gonna need hand cannons probably for the infantry and probably his crossbowmen. Because guess what? Celts don't get arbalists and they don't get bracers. So hand cannoneers for Italy are gonna be way better than his crossbowmen. And I believe the hand cannoneers of the Italians can like shoot through units as well, right? Like Scorpion somewhat. That was like one of the newer bonuses they gave him. So yeah, no, his hand cannons would probably be the best thing for him to use here. And then you get bombard cannons to shoot the Trebs. Yeah, the only problem is rams, of course, because rams, you know, they're mobile. They're basically impossible to hit with bombard cannons. You know what I mean? You'd probably need some sort of like infantry or something to you could get the condottiero for that because they're already somewhat upgraded. You can run condottieros to hit the rams. Use your Genoese crossbowmen and hand cannoneers to stop the, you know, cavalry and infantry, and then the bombard cannons to deal with the siege, and you should be good to go. Because, yeah, normally condottieros, their main thing is they have a bonus against gunpowder units, but even in this case, you could probably justify using them just to fight the rams. So right now, though, because he's constantly on the run, he's going to have to just go Genoese crossbowmen for now, just to keep the Woad Raiders out. And now he doesn't have any time to go after these Trebs, of course. So that's another problem he has to deal with. So he's going to take the time to try to shoot apart his Trebs. Yeah. While trying to repair the castle with his villagers, yeah. He could make it work. Is Celt getting any more Trebs, though? Right now, no. He hasn't been producing any more Trebs. He's getting hoardings, though, on his castles. So if there is a point where Italy actually gets to fight back and stuff, he's going to have to deal with that extra HP on those forts there. Okay, the road warriors are running in. This is what I was worried about. He was going to spend time trying to shoot the stuff there, and yeah, no. Now he's gonna constantly protect that with his stuff. Yeah. He takes out some more Woad Raiders. Come on, man! You gotta get that trap. You gotta kill one of the Trebs. Get one of them right now before those mangonels show up. Because once he gets those mangonels underneath there, you're not getting that down. Thankfully, the Woad Raiders are actually blocked. Oh, come on, get the... You missed him by one shot. Alright, good. And he's out of stone. He's out of stone. He's dead. He's dead. He's out of stone. He's getting chemistry. He's getting chemistry. He needs an archery range. Get some hand cannons right now. Get some hand cannons right... Okay, Celts have upgraded to archers, but he's not aiming them. He's going to shoot his archers. Oh, he just called GG, though. Why? You still have gold. Get some hand cannons. Get some hand cannoneers and a big vat of them and just run them in at him. You got the backup food. Just get some hand cannons. He should have gotten hand cannons right away when he hit that Imperial Age. Should have had the university there. Get the hand cannons. That would make a huge impact against Woad Raiders, and he could have just held the line and killed the Trebs and eventually kicked his way out. But, you know, Celts did a great job at keeping presence and pushing them. That was an exceptional match right there. That just shows you how an infantry and siege civ really does against a gunpowder civ. Really, like the Italians. More of an archer and gunpowder civ, yeah. That was pretty decent. Yeah. Alright, let's look at another match. Hopefully we can find one like that. I think I'm going to start paying more attention to the like ELOs of the people we look at so we can find some fascinating ones like that, for sure. See what we got here. What do we got? Arabia. Hi, Joel. 900. Okay, this is kind of like the one we just had. It would be Tuans versus Mayans. I think we would like to see that maybe in Arabia. Or do we have any good arenas now? 1100s. Yeah, let's just do this Arabia. Mayans versus Tuans should be a fun one. Yeah, because obviously the Mayans are the cheap archer civ, and then the Tuans are sort of more or less the defensive civ. That's more melee armor onto their siege weapons and crenellations and stuff. Yeah, overall. Should be a fascinating one. But as we saw in the first game we saw today with Mayans, they don't necessarily have to go archers. They could go full eagles on you too, and throw you for a loop on that one. So yeah, very, very fascinating stuff. Totally. Alright, we're 15 seconds into the delay, and then it should be able to start. Alright, it should be low now. Great. Alright, so we got Tuans to the left, and we got Mayans to the right. Should be a good match. Okay, so 13 and 14 ELOs. Not bad. Should put on a good show for us. Alright, so matchup-wise, this is a pretty fascinating one. I would say in general, if you're looking at pure competitiveness, Mayans rank pretty high typically, right? Oh yeah, no, they totally do. Rank totally high, you know. They get great archers. They got a new castle tech around their skirms. You know what I mean? They got a lot to look forward to. Plus, they have good eagle warriors. And they have all the stuff like that. Whereas Tuans, you know, they're going to be playing more into their good siege weaponry. Their paladins, of course, which are pretty decent. You know, they got Teutonic Knights and good infantry, so... Yeah, basically the way they're going to be playing mostly, right? They got more armor on their infantry, more armor on their siege weapons with one of their techs. And that's mostly what the Tuans are best known for, so we'll see how this turns out. Alright, it looks like Mayan is bringing in his sheep. How about a good old Toon boy here? He's getting a sheep and scouting. Good. You gotta scout in this game. If you don't scout, you end up dead. One thing you can do in this game, you can scout with your sheep as well. Have a sheep just walk out and find the other sheep, and you know where to bring your scout to next. Which is very, very nice, yeah. Is he in his first Little Miss Piggy over there? Get some food. Now, I'm curious what strategy Maya's going to go for here compared to the last one we saw today. That's the big thing I'm definitely going to be looking at.
Shot it.
Alright, he's got his second Little Miss Piggy over there. Very good. I also see he's going for some chickens. Okay, so typically you actually want to do a deer push on these chickens, you know? Like, put the scout over here and try to kick him off. Yeah, see, this is smart. This is what you want to do. If you know you got chickens there and you want to eat them, just stick a mill around them, and then your vills will just shoot the chickens, and then you can, like, quickly kill the other ones and eat them quickly. This is, like, the best way to eat them. Or any deer or animal, for that matter. So, yep, that's exactly what I would do. This is what I do when I play Black Forest. I always put a mill in front of the deer, and then I can just eat all the deer around it, basically. And when I say deer, I mean, like, the non-boar animals. The animals that don't come and try to kill you, basically, and not the herbals. There's like 3 animals in AoE2, if you don't count fish, right? You got the herdables, which come right to you. You got the wild animals that don't come to you and run away from you, and you can eat them. And then you got the wild animals that try to kill you when you shoot at them. You know, the boars, the elephants, the rhinos, and stuff. So, yeah, there's all sorts of different animals. And then, of course, you have the animals that hunt you on the map that you can eat, like wolves and lions and stuff. In the AoE1, you could eat in AoE1 in Age of Mythology, you can eat the predators, actually, that hunt your villagers, which is very fascinating, but in AoE2, it's somehow halal, because you can't eat carnivorous birds in Islam, but you can't do that in AoE2, so I don't know if, Saudi Arabia funded the development or not, but maybe they did, who knows.
Tabiş. Aşike. Tabiş. Aşike.
Okay, so it looks like Maya goes for a men-at-arms rush. He's got his 3 militia here, and then he's going to quickly upgrade them into men-at-arms. This is one of the more common strategies you can run with the Mayans. You can do men-at-arms archers, where essentially you make your 3 militia, upgrade them to men-at-arms, go for a bit of pressure, and then, of course, follow it up with some archers. Yeah. Okay, where is that men-at-arms upgrade, though? I see the archery range. I don't see the man-at-arms, so it's not militia archers, it's man-at-arms archers, friend, Unless he feels like he'd rather just spend the gold on the archers then, and he just use the militia as expensive mouthpiece. Which I really don't recommend doing, honestly, if he wanted to just go archer, he should have just went archer. He shouldn't have spent all this extra gold on militia. While it might not matter in, a game that ends early, it matters if it gets to, late Imperial Age, how you use your gold. So, I would probably say don't run militia unless you plan on turning them to men-at-arms eventually. Unless it's, a really big drush or something that you have planned. And drushes should never go over, 5 militia on average. So, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much the case, I would say, for sure. Maya gets wheelbarrow, and he's got about 5 archers right now, looks like. But guess what? Tuins are doing their own archers too, and skirms. So he already has ESP to understand what you're doing. That's one of the things you can do if you know his bonuses really well in their tech tree, is you can sometimes Nostradamus your way and understand what they're going to go for. So in this case, his Nostradamus sort of instincts are correct. He's going to be dealing with an archer rush, since the Mayans' archers are cheaper. So what do? Either go scouts or skirmishers. Yeah. But he did throw in a few archers of his own as well, probably to deal with the militia, because he didn't know if they're going to turn to man-at-arms, which they usually would, so that's totally understandable to throw an archer or 2 in, just to deal with that. Got the skirms on patrol. He's going to go after the archers right now with the skirms. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have a lot to run against them just yet, so he kind of has to be a little careful. You know what I mean? A little careful. Oh, but he still has his militia. Oh, good, good. You could use that to pressure the skirms. I mean, it's not going to do a great job, but it's still pressing him a bit. And this is where his 2 archers come in to try to clean up those militia. He also did his own... He made his own militia just to meat shield him. What? I've never seen that before. That's kind of a funny troll move, actually. Going with your own militia to meat shield his militia. Fascinating play, actually. Did not see that one coming. Definitely not.
Hey, sir?
For right now, Mayans really can't do a lot, and thus he's going to click up the castle age. Same thing for the Tuins. Makes sense. It's about long enough into the match that, you know, your feudal age warfare isn't going to win you the game. You kind of need to get in the castle age, get some siege, get some knights, get some whatevers, and eventually maybe prepare for a castle and imperial age, you know, that sort of thing. So yep, I think from right there, obviously these guys are going to probably get elite skirmishers and stuff. It's definitely guaranteed, for sure. Probably pick up Bodkin as well, I would imagine. From there, I don't know what's going to happen. Can you see any stable yet from the Toon player? Nope, so no knights. Where does Toon player go from here? Actually, no. The Lion player didn't get any elite skirms. So he's probably gonna just, go crossbow, buck, and arrow. That makes sense. Question is, will Toon follow up, or... Okay, he gets the town center covering gold. That's a smart move. You always want to cover your special resources, just like this one covering stone. Does want to get a 2C covering this stone, too. Probably should.
Hey, sir? Así que... Shot it. Así que...
Toongan, wheelbarrow, and bone saw. Bowsaw, not bone saw. I keep calling it bone saw. It's bowsaw. That's like a surgeon would has a bone saw to cut through your bone when they're operating on your ribs and stuff. Yeah. Now, this is around the typical time you would actually want to get wheelbarrow, either just before Castle Age or right after. Just before Castle Age, or just as you you finish up your Castle Age up. Then you kind of want to get the wheelbarrow. And Bosa, just like any of the Lumberjack upgrades, you kind of want to get them right when you reach the next age up, so that's also appropriate. So just picking up his Archer upgrade, plus Elite Skirm. He's already got Bodkin. I think he'll be good by the time he arrives. I don't like that he's patrolling, though, because it kind of feels like, he's gonna not be able to control the battle as much that way. Wait till Elite Skirm comes in, man, and then you can... get those extra stats going. Okay, now he's got Elite Skirm. Now he's got something he can compete with. Scare him out with those.
Hey, sir?
Oh, comes the mangonel. Oh, good hit with the mangonel there. Didn't take any kills though. Practically killed him though. Yep, this is a good play by Maya, just adding in some siege, because if you can get some mangonels with crossbowmen, then you can actually exert some force. But guess what? Toons also have their own good siege, so he's going to run his mangonel too. It's going to be a wars of the archer range units and the mangonels. Okay, so mangonel shot is successful there for the Toon player. He also successfully kills the mangonel before the villager can repair it, which is very smart. That eagles... Okay, Mayans is now running eagles too, to complement this. Alright, so right now he's just got eagle scouts, right? He's probably eventually going to upgrade them into the eagle warriors. Okay, he gets the mangle now. Great shot. Right now, he doesn't quite... It's kind of scary that this amount of skirms is enough to actually counteract eagles, too. Totally. But look, these crossbowmen are becoming a real nuisance because of how cheap and affordable they are for the Mayan player to just keep throwing in, just like that, yeah. Quite disturbing, actually, how many of these crossbowmen just easily rolling in just like that, yeah. No, most definitely. Absolutely. Alright, Mangonel fighting the siege down there, but at the same time, his Tunes has some crossbow in their base, wiping up some of their bills back there, so they have to kind of be careful. How about these scrims right here? These scrims will win against this crossbow, right? Easily.
Shot.
Very easily. Yep. Probably should take him back there just to fight those. Looks like on this front, he's probably going to beat this siege, I believe. Yep. Siege workshop is going to go down. But now, Mayan player upgrades his Eagle Scouts to the Eagle Warriors. So now he's going to have a more formidable infantry to protect his archers with from these skirms. So it's going to be a pretty serious situation, to say the least. Once you go into Eagle Warriors, now you're looking at a more formidable melee unit to worry about.
They're later. Rabish. Ashike. Yes.
Ooh, he just beat him on the slash shot. Good. So, two players finally secured in his base of archer threats. For right now, he's looking pretty good, but then he's going to have to deal with a big, massive Eagle Warriors that's going to soon be upon him with these crossbowmen. Send up another barracks too, so he can get even more Eagles. Oh, he's got a monk too, probably trying to go for some relics. Could he get an Eagle Scout potentially, or... Oh, he dies to the crossbowman first. Okay, I think mines are in a better position now. He's got the Eagles, he's got the crossbowmen. However, the Tune is now going to Imperial Age. So what is he going to pick up there exactly? Yeah, see, once Tunes get to Imperial Age, he could get quite a bit of stuff. He could get chemistry and possibly get some hand cannoneers. There's some possibilities here if he's going archery range, you know. Does he have a university? University that, or... Yes, he does. He does have a university. He does have a university, but no, he's gonna go knights. Oh, wait a second. So, Mayans were down some food and wood and stuff from that push. And then he was completely blindsided by the knights. Oh, interesting. I think he knew he was kind of cooked, possibly, because he knows if he could stack the knights, get some hand cans, that is a real serious threat there that needs to be dealt with. Alright, well, what time is it? It's 11:05. Okay. Hi there, Teen Theory. How you doing, man? Doing good? Awesome. So, here's the thing. Typically on my streams, what I do is I typically switch over to some Star Wars Battlefront stuff around this time. So I'm thinking maybe we'll do that just to keep my program the way it usually is. And maybe do an hour or two of that before I go off. So you'll get to see what a Steletsy stream is all about, okay? So let's do that now. Let's close here, and then I'll just boot up Kyber real quick, and we'll do... See, I don't play vanilla Battlefront 2, I play mods. So I do either do Saberfront for 1v1ing, or I do some sort of HVV or other mod for something. So let's see what we got. Frogleg, Mustafar join. Okay, how many mods are here in this lobby? It doesn't look like it's a lot of them. Is he running expanded, or... Yeah, he's running expanded there. Is there anybody in there, or... It's like 2 people in there. Might have to go to another lobby after that one, though. I don't know. Depends on how quickly we can download this stuff. Oh, never mind. Let me see. Let me go... Oh, there's Saberfront. I see it. Yeah, let's play some Saberfront. I want to do something right away. Don't want to wait too long. Yeah. Just do some good old 1v1 saber dueling. It's not just the ones from the vanilla game. They also have their own new sabers they added to the thing as well, or whatever. Oh, so he added expanded and Saberfront. So it's both together? Really? That's true. That's pretty insane, man. Wow. That's a pretty big lineup, yeah. Why is Boba Fett here? Oh, wow. So it's all the sabers put together. It's pretty crazy. See, I don't know why people don't run this. People don't run this anymore. Where you know, they have the no stock thing anymore. Yeah, it's very interesting.
You chose the wrong side.
Hey, there he is. I fought with that guy last night. Very cool. Let's see how we do, man. What is wrong with you, dude? You just hit me with boulders. You and your Qui-Gon Jinn. I think we just stick to democracy, right?
Not so easy.
You harbor much hatred. I've been searching for people like you.
I'll play a more serious one this time. Yeah, good one. What do I do this time? Maybe I give him a... I don't think. Maybe a Revan or something, or maybe I'll give him a Plagueis.
Stop.
This is outrageous.
Nice. Hey, take that, man. Sneaking up on me like that.
Worthless. You will not die well.
Gum. Nice.
You think you can resist?
Oh, great. Oh, man. Oof. Oh, boy. I'll give people an emperor now, probably. Yeah.
This is a mistake.
Show you what a real fight is. Yeah, we'll have a real fight now.
You are an irritant. Goodbye. Look upon me now.
How is he doing these maneuvers?
Enough!
Gum. Good. Zippity doo dah.
They reserve their strength. use for you. It is such a pity. Scream if you wish. You are mine. Irritant. Goodbye. Experience power!
How did he not take that one? That's crazy.
Do not try my patience.
Come. Go on, man.
Skywalker has no, I know. There is no escape. I am eternal. Such a pity. Farewell.
Come. That was a nice one. You like Grievous now?
This is not the full strength of our enemy. How hopeless!
Oh god, that hip wall always gets me with that, yeah. Big time. Maybe I'll give, I don't know, Lord Vader a try. The good Lord Vader.
Underestimate my power.
I got Potato Head. potato head.
What slug hole did you crawl out of? I'm not sure you understand who you're dealing with.
Gum. Oh, you want me? You want me now? Oh, that Cortosis strike thing. Gum. Yeah. That's why I like Lord Vader. He's got the choke, the yank and stuff. He can handle it. It's pretty nice. He's got the power. Oh, you want to go again? Who? Oh, who wants it? Oh, you or? Alright, you. Okay. You take it then.
I'm getting tired of this.
I'm getting tired of this.
Is strong, but you are not.
I have to get him on this next choke for sure. I got the heroic might if I need it.
Worthless.
Oh, great. Oh, come on. It's too slow to respond. I guess not. Well, which one do I get on now? So who do I get? So we don't have the expanded Nihilus, right? How about Quamir?
Weak. Die.
Oh, I should have blade
I
here.
feel the life in you. Witness power.
Resist.
See, when you get the Show Blade, it gives you a slightly different attack pattern, which can sometimes be more useful than regular single blade stuff.
Stop.
done fighting? Presumptuous. You have lost. The force is strong, but you are not.
Inferno Squad! I recognize the markings.
You're not gonna like this.
Weak.
Alright, let's get another duel on with somebody.
Remember me.
Wanna go, Anakin?
Die. Resist.
Little smarter. You know better than lowly bounty hunters. We've got superior forces and a Jedi. soldier. That's how
Oh, it's lagging now. Now it's really lagging. Yeah, it's really lagging at this point. Oh, it's lagging so bad, yeah. It's not about size, it's whoever's hosting it's just lagging like crazy.
not so smart now, are you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
Fight for your home world! Do not let your guard down!
Lucky Master Winter wouldn't be as gentle. I'm getting tired of this.
Ooh! Close one.
Unidentified enemy. Threat level maximum.
Lost too much time.
Effectively done. Witness power.
Organic ally arriving.
Helpless.
An ally has arrived. Coordinate attacks.
Insist on fighting. Die!
New ally landing.
Dark Maul is here to strike fear into the enemy.
All right, troops, make it count. You already lost. I fought sick. What do you think your chances are? My forces will make short work of you.
Lord Vader versus Lord Vader.
I will stop you! You brought this on yourself. Not challenge me again.
God. It's Luke. Puke. It's puke.
I feel the life in you. You're not gonna like this. You will not die well. The force is strong. I'm getting tired of this. Don't test me! Enough! I will stop you! Enough!
Gum.
Stood on you.
Duke Count Dooku.
Don't test me!
Count Dooku.
For once, you actually came to do your own dirty work.
Sometimes things are just. I sense great fear.
You're not gonna like this! My powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count.
Good. Twice the pride, double the force.
I will stop you! I'm getting tired of this!
Adventurous and sauvage oppressed. Perhaps you could use a new master.
Gum.
Don't test me!
Lord Vader isn't even that difficult. He's really just Darth Vader with some of Anakin's abilities instead of the health boost. That's really about it. Nothing tough to him, really.
Chosen one.
Count Dooku.
Such transparent tactics.
My powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count.
Good. Twice the pride, double the fall.
I will stop you!
Kneel before me.
Finally decided to crawl out from whichever bounty hunter you've been hiding behind.
Lost in a game you have yet to start playing.
I'm getting tired of this. You're gonna pay for all the Jedi you killed, Dooku.
Your every thought is mine.
Don't test me.
Young Master Skywalker, you are nothing if not relentless. Warfare is not for the feeble-minded. You saw it. Driven by passion, not what I want.
Yeah, I'm lagging out.
Obi-Wan has told me much about you, Maul. None of it is good.
Okay, why is it lagging so much? What's up with this lag, man? Lag's just brutal, dude. Crazy. Oh, so it's part of a new update, of course. Crazy. Hey! Get me in the... with the rock. Alright, let's do it, man. How do you go?
You're not gonna like this. Enough! I'm getting tired of this. You're not gonna like this.
Um.
Don't touch me. I will stop you. You're not the only one who's strong in the Force. Enough!
Scream if you wish. I
You're not gonna like this.
do not try my patience.
I know you somehow.
So it lags like this every 20 minutes? Really? I gotta update this, man. It's like real, dude.
Farewell.
Can't even do anything. Can't even do anything. Yeah, every 20 minutes we have to deal with this stuff? Really? Oh, great. What's that? Crazy.
Put your gun. It's a sis.
Elite reinforcements arriving. Some hotshot is deploying to assist. Don't know who. Command sent us an ally. Now arriving.
Yeah, it's just not working. Alright, well, I'll give them, gum. Nice.
Bow to me! I feel stronger, foes!
Gum. Oh, you're back again, sir. Master and apprentice. Gum.
strategy at all.
Crazy. Cool. Is that like a glitch or something with the stealth or the lag? It's kind of funny with the lag, though. It almost legit crashed there for real this time, yeah. Unbelievable. Now it's really lagging, man. Oh, it's real. Oh, it's lagging for real now. I haven't seen nothing yet, son. The real lag is coming. Now people are turning invisible. That's not a good sign when people start turning invisible. Oh god. I'm trying to think of somebody funny that just spam stuff at him. Yeah. I guess I'll be in here instead of going to HV Chaos if it's gonna be this guy. Yeah, crazy. This one's not invisible yet. Ugh.
You're hesitating. This is a lost cause. Dying while we fight. We'll stop you. Drop your weapon.
Maybe we'll do some HV Chaos then if it's doing that. It's like this is glitching out. Wrong app. Trying to click on that one. Hey. I'm gonna give him an emperor right now, yeah. Hopefully we don't have the same lags in this one.
Throw yourselves upon them!
And the slaughter is underway as evil attacks.
Let none touch these robes. I am eternal. Judgment. Farewell.
I'll give him someone good. Maybe I'll give him a Dinjar then.
Skywalker is here to aid us.
Some kind of special combatant on the ground.
Executions must double if you want to emerge victorious.
LA landing! Looks like we got a friend!
No good at my father.
Safe for you after this.
Have you come to surrender? Look upon me now.
Force is strong.
Grievous makes today's hero suffer as he delivers a crushing
GG
final
Moon.
blow.
Nice. Let's see, what do I got? Maybe Emperor again, perhaps. We'll be on Agent Claws, yep.
Bring all weapons to bear.
The dark side takes their first casualty in record time.
Launch the assault.
Villainy carves a path toward victory.
Helpless.
We're not out of this yet.
Score one for the good guys. Who knew heroes could be so ruthless? Good gruesomely triumphs over evil. Witness the power of the dark side.
I sense the fear.
A historic game by the Masters of Cruelty.
See our forces.
Good is triumphing over ineptitude.
Despair. There. You can. Ready.
You achieved 50% of the required carnage.
You know you're off.
Our enemy. Goodbye, goodbye. I have no use for you. I sense Skywalker approaches. I want them surrounded.
You smell like you fucking sound. Think about that, bitch.
Ready.
Pretty good. It's like my series.
I am eternal. I sensed it.
Here, I liked you.
team closes out the match with the tough type of diplomacy he's become famous for. Solo shoots last. A stunning display of marksmanship that will claim more victims every time he describes it.
Little girl isn't even on the leaderboard. She's at the bottom. Ha 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 ha. Look at your little girl squirrel.
You guys both sound like the same retard.
Look, 6,000 fucking score. Ha 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 ha. Little girl score.
I bet you know everyone's character name in this fucking game, you fucking nerd.
A very unlucky villain is the first to greet our heroes. The nice guys aren't finishing last this time. Domination by the light side. Villainy steals the lead. Evil slithers past our heroes. A commanding lead for goodness and life. The less evil team takes the lead. Down and dirty tactics pay off for the dark side.
Enemy elite on sight! Watch out!
Flanking positions.
We're getting help from that smuggler, Solo. Unidentified ally fighting stormtroopers!
Elite ally on the ground!
Who is that? Imperial elite on the ground! We're getting Jedi support. Luke Skywalker is here. Darth Vader is here.
Required enemies heartlessly killed. 50%.
Enemy leader taking point!
decided to join us. General Solo is here.
Imperial leader on the ground! Not sure who!
What was the grand finale like Lando Calrissian?
T-Circle, can you hear me? I gotta go, man.
GG, boys. I did a good job.
You too. Easy. I'm better. GG. Easy.
That's pretty weird. What time is it now? It's, let me try one more time. See if we can get villains in, maybe. Which one we join? We're joining this one, right? Yeah. Let's see if we can get villains in, maybe. Hopefully.
hesitating.
just priorities. The conflict is only half over. counting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind. The only counting today will be these stacks of bodies Dooku's reign of terror has left behind.
Alright, everyone, I think I'm going to be heading off now to get ready for work, so thank you everyone that came. Sign off now, see you all next time, and stay tuned for more castings of AoE 2